shooting and killing 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery. Police now are investigating a second video. Fox's Steve Harrigan.
That new video obtained by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution shows security footage about a block from where the shooting took place. It's hard to exactly identify who is in the video, but it may be Ahmaud Arbery walking around an open construction site for about 6 minutes and then leaving empty-handed. It was just then the police got calls about suspicious activity, and the shooting occurred a short time after.
Many protests continue, calling for an independent investigation. Civil rights groups are demanding justice. America's listening to Fox News.
Hofity, this is Kayla from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good. Look.
Charges dropped against former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Fox's Mark Meredith.
Michael Flynn's lawyer is speaking out just days after the Justice Department announced plans to drop the case against the former National Security Advisor. Flynn had pled guilty to lying to the FBI about his conversations with the Russian ambassador. President Trump fired Flynn back in 2017. That was early in his presidency. The Justice Department, though, has since reviewed the case, re-examining what motivated the Bureau to focus on Flynn to begin with. Flynn's lawyer discussed the developments exclusively on Sunday Morning Futures.
He's obviously very grateful to the Attorney General and Mr. Jensen for having the integrity to dig for the truth.
Now, Democrats say they're outraged with Attorney General Bill Barr over the Flynn developments. 2 Democratic senators want the Justice Department's Inspector General to review the decision.
A judge still has to sign off on the motion, at which time the case will be closed. Flynn's lawyer says it could happen this week. States across the U.S. continue opening as coronavirus cases climb.
40 states are reopening or relaxing restrictions, beginning to. Ohio, one of those states to begin phased reopening this week, as once again protesters rallied at the State House on Saturday. Governor Mike DeWine says new cases and deaths in his state are still at a plateau, but he just can't underestimate more than 1 million Ohioans who applied for unemployment. Here he is on Fox News Sunday.
Well, it's really a risk no matter what we do. It's a risk if we don't do anything. It's a risk if we do this.
And then over in South Dakota, Governor Kristi Noem clashing with the Sioux tribes over coronavirus checkpoints. The tribes have been asking non-residents to fill out a health questionnaire before entering the reservations. Governor Noem warning that she will take necessary legal action.
Fox's Aisha Hasni. More than half of the states reopening failed to meet criteria recommended by the White House administration. I'm Ann Carrick, and this is Fox News.
Bored at home? Now's the perfect time to get things done. Start that project you've always wanted, or finish one. At East West Rental Center, they know you've reached the end of the internet and need to get outside, and they're here to help. Get the right equipment: water blasters, wood chippers, mini backhoes, carpet cleaners, floor buffers, and much more. They're open Monday to Friday from 7 to 5, Saturday from 8 to noon, and closed on Sunday. Call East West Rental Center, 646-1463, or visit them in Upper Tumon.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hakatia and Tumon are now open for takeout and free delivery services in selected locations. For more information, call 479-2652 or 3 or 969-2652. Open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comforts of your own home. They take your favorite local dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
As a GovGuam designated urgent care center, FHP Urgent Care is here for your urgent medical medical needs. Go to FHP Urgent Care instead of going to the hospital during this COVID-19 pandemic. FHP Health Center operates Saturdays through Thursdays, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and is closed on Fridays. FHP's Cancer Center, Adult Medicine, and Pediatrics Department are also open for limited services and availability. FHP Home Health Department is open to care for patients at their homes. Call 646-5825, extension 8174. FHP, our island, your clinic.
Hafa Day and good morning. It's 6:06. I'm Mana Silva-Tara, and with a look at your local news from the Guam Daily Post, $276 million has been approved for the Guam's Department of Labor to begin releasing funds to displaced workers. GovGuam is expecting to receive the funds this week. Department of Labor officials still working to stand up its program received notification over the weekend of the approval of its initial increment of funds for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance and Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation programs. In a news release, officials said that the U.S. Department of Labor accepted Guam's budget request that was sent on April 28th for both the PUA and the FPUC. The federal agencies intends to provide Guam's funding for two programs in its increments. As funding is expended, the federal government will provide additional increments to ensure benefits can be paid. DOL Director Dave De La Sola says that the applications are expected to be available in the next couple of weeks and that the official start of the program and dissemination of the checks will follow. DOL is finalizing its online application portal and telephone and appointment-based options to promote social distancing. An entire physical operation and call center will be open for the submission, adjudication, and processing of applications and to answer questions about the new To Guam program. Meanwhile, DOL continues to encourage all employers and businesses to register on HireGuam.com, which will allow them to input data on employees affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, the line started building yesterday at some of the retail outlets that were allowed to open its doors yesterday, and as many shopping centers open for the first time, it will be much of the same today. Some changes were already notable yesterday, such as the mandatory temperature checks at the front doors as people entered, required masks by all patrons, and hand sanitizers being sprayed as people entered. This as shoppers were also urged to maintain social distancing throughout the establishments. Businesses allowed to operate under the relaxed restrictions include real estate businesses, automotive sales, floral shops, hair and nail salons by appointment only, restaurants which will only be allowed to have takeout, elective medical and dental treatment, and professional services such as financial planning, information technology, and photography. Some government services will also resume today. One of those is the Guam Election Commission. The GEC will be allowing candidates in this year's elections to begin filing their applications. For those wishing to run for office, 8 a.m. today is the beginning of the candidacy filing period. But there may also be some initial challenges. Maria Pangilinan, who's the executive director of the Election Commission, says incomplete candidacy packets won't be accepted. For many potential candidates, getting clearances from the Superior Court, the District Court, and the Guam Police Department has been limited due to the shutdown, so many won't be able to apply today. These requirements are on top of the signature petitions in support of the person's candidacy, plus a candidacy filing fee, which remains at $100 for everyone who's running for election. The Election Commission will accept candidacy filing at their temporary location at the first floor of the GECIC building. In addition to the Election Commission, Public Works is opening today, along with the Department of Land Management, Parks and Rec, EPA, the Department of Agriculture, Department of Labor, and its unemployment assistance programs. Also reopening is the Department of Administration, Department of Revenue and Taxation, the Business License Branch, Police Clearance, and the Department of Public Health and Social Services Licensing and Certification Branch. And GURA will also partially open, but they are limiting that to appointments only. And the Judiciary of Guam up north at their satellite location, they'll expand their services to include payment and traffic citations and payment of case-related obligations such as bail, restitution, fines, and fees, along with requests for traffic and court clearances. We'll have more news right after this.
Subway is still serving the subs you love. Delicious subs made fresh and easy to get for takeout. And now with their family takeout special, get a free footlong when you buy two. Visit any of their convenient locations today. Subway, make it what you want.
The COVID-19 pandemic has altered daily life for Guamanians, and it will probably lead to lasting changes, according to the University of Guam's economist, Professor Roseanne Jones. She says it's the great reset, that we're learning differently and we'll all be doing things differently and doing things that we've not done before had it not been given this incentive to do it. Jones suggests that residents may reevaluate the need for a car or frequency that they make trips to the grocery store, and society is likely to become more efficient. Jones adds that the use of technology during and after this pandemic will also play a large role in the economy of the future. And ratepayers may see another drop in their power rates, cross your fingers, as the Consolidated Commission on Utilities weighs the idea of adjusting the fuel surcharge even further. The next adjustment was expected to take effect in August, but the Guam Power Authority's General Manager, John Benavente, says that he's hoping to present a surcharge that goes from June 2020 to January 2021. For now, there is no recommended change to that surcharge. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here now is Ray, and it's his birthday. With your weather.
There's no birthdays around here. What are you crazy
Ray.
talk with the birthday nonsense here? What are we asking
Happy
for?
birthday.
Weather today, the weather is going to be, this is what it looks like at Pam's place up in Jigo, where it's currently raining right now. We can actually turn the audio up on this, and you can hear the rain falling on the top of the house, right? It's a torrent, Annie. It's a torrent coming down up in that part of town.
It's
and we'll be doing that most of the day. Mostly cloudy skies today. We got scattered showers right there up in Jigo. Isolated showers, too. East winds 15 to 20 miles an hour. Expected highs today. Maybe 88 degrees when the sun makes it out. Mostly cloudy with isolated showers this evening. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour. And expected overnight low should be about 79 degrees. If the sun comes out later on, it'll bring with it a heat index of about 92. I think that's where it's going to end up feeling like today. Sunrise this morning was at 5:56, and the sunset is tonight, maybe a soggy one at 6:38. But the rule is you never turn your back on a Guam sunset. I was hanging out with some people on Friday night, and one of them was looking, Laura, and she was looking at the sun. She was, it's not going to be anything tonight. Not going to be anything tonight. And then and it turned into it. I might have a picture rolling around here somewhere. It turned into one of those sunsets that just lit up. It was brighter after the sun went down than it was during the day, and a bright red as well. Is that the bright red lipstick girls from the South wear? Just like that. Anyway, 6:13. That's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 65 years.
Have you heard of the newest cookbook of Guam and the Northern Marianas? Guam natives Gerard and Mary Afflequi announced their award-winning cookbook, Chamorro Cuisine, which preserves a Chamorro family legacy, offers reflections of the Marianas and its Chamorro culture, presents hundreds of tasty Chamorro recipes, and much more. This artfully crafted cookbook makes a wonderful keepsake and a unique Chamorro gift for yourself, for friends, and family. So pre-order today on ChamorroCuisine.com. That's CHAMORU Cuisine.com.
As we stand up to coronavirus by standing back with social distancing, Bank Pacific reminds you that you can come to the bank without going to the bank. Use many of our other delivery platforms like online banking at bankpacific.com, accessing cash at our ATMs, shopping with our debit cards. For businesses, we have secure cash and check drop windows, and we are employing a new smarter mobile app with remote deposit capture in the next few weeks. We're all in this together, and together we will win. Bank Pacific. Brothers but branches, we place roots. Member FDIC.
Quarter after 6 o'clock in the morning, portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by my team over at Subway. Get it the way you like it, and in fact, you can get it the way you like it, and they'll bring it to you. It's a whole change in it. Roseanne Jones is right. There's some paradigms there changing. We've hit kind of a reset now, and one of the things that's changed in that reset is you can now get your Subway delivered to your place. Details are available at Subway.com and the World Wide Web. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by American President Lines, APL Global Presence with a local home, and it wouldn't be a commercial break unless I talked about Kin 646-7546. Local pest control expertise with their global coverage.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Well, 6:15 in the the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray Gibson. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you on, what is it? It's Monday, right? Today is Monday, May the 11th, and one of my favorite days of the year because it is my actual birthday, something I look forward to. I'm not going to be one of those guys that says, well, I'm not going to have birthdays anymore. I've already had enough. I'm not going to be, as it turns out, I really like birthdays, and one of the reasons why I like birthdays is because people remember that there's things that I like, and baby sister Montesilva remember, and she bought me guy roses. You can see them. You can see them in the background there. There's long stem guy roses in the background. Look like Michelob Ultra.
Nice.
Yes, and the little short stubby cans of Asahi Super Dry that we were talking about earlier.
And it's funny because I was with Mia when we bought that, and she's like, he likes that beer.
Oh. That's one. Uncle Ray likes that beer.
Why are you getting Michelob? He drinks this.
Uncle Ray likes all beer. I don't think there's any beer that I don't like. And in fact, had a whole bunch of a variety of beers yesterday with Jeff, Shelley, and RD, and I had Mother's Day over at Pirates Cove yesterday, and it was absolutely fantastic. Wish there were more people. Wish we were eating inside, but it's that kind of pandemic lifestyle that we seem to be living here. Anyway, there's a couple of things that I appreciate with having my birthday on a pandemic is we're not going to be dining in a restaurant tonight, which means that at no point in the restaurant eating time is somebody going to come out and sing me the copyright free version of Happy Birthday that I have to sit and listen and appreciate
Did we have
too.
your birthday last year? Wasn't it at
It's a birthday.
Jamaican
it's a
Grill?
birthday. It's a birthday.
I honestly don't remember because that was last
like
year.
a
There's a
Jamaican
lot of
Grill.
water under the bridge in the last year. I have no idea.
Remember.
Where would you be eating if it was your birthday? Where would you like to eat if it was your birthday?
One of my favorite birthdays was a couple of years ago. Me and the team had birthday. It was at Mosa's, at the bar at Mosa's, but they'd gotten one of those taro cakes from Proa.
Wow.
Which was nice. I mean, if that's the way you want to do that, right? And you get the appetizers and stuff like that. But I'm not going to have to endure that here this morning. Anyway, 6:17, Montesilva Tyrant, baby sister, she's going to be taking care of the news. One correction that we've got to make is that
Department of Labor is closed, actually.
Yeah, DOL is closed. They're going to have, I think there might be some miscommunication going on. So there's going to be people in the office, but they're there just for office work. They're not going to be open for Department of Labor stuff. Dave Del Solo going to be on with us about 7:40 this morning. He's got a lot to tell me. $276 million worth of news and information from the Department of Labor. For those of you that have been pushed out of work or furloughed, some kind of personnel action that has taken place as a result of coronavirus, they're one step closer. They've got the money. The plan has been put out. It's been accepted. The modules are being put together and placed in the Higher Guam system. And at some point, they'll be able to say, okay, those of you that are employees, now put together your applications. We'll match those up with your bosses. Personnel information, and then we'll be able to figure out what we're going to do by way of compensation with $276 million. Now, it's only just over a quarter of what they've asked for. Over at the Department of Labor, they've asked for 900. I want to say 900 plus $924 million from U.S. DOL. But the deal is, look, send us what you can now, and we'll get the rest from you a little bit later on. And U.S. DOL has to stand up a program as well. Anyway, 6:19 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Welcome to P-Core 2 is the theme for today's program. Take off your shoes when you come into P-Core 2, please. You know what? This is a Chamorro household, and that's the rule. You take off your shoes when you enter the house. You take off your shoes when you come into to P-Core 2. And was it a delightful P-Core 2? Did you take advantage of it? I didn't. I didn't go anywhere. I did my regular stuff. Yesterday, I went to church. Not true. And then I went to Pirates.
Well, because my neck hurts, that whiplash.
Well,
you went where?
I went running yesterday. I went down to Tumon, and because it's P-Core 2, I was the only one. And normally it's Sunday morning in Tumon, it's just runners everywhere. It's like mosquitoes flying around. But yesterday, not so much. And I suspect for a couple of reasons. Number one is because now we've got mass with the drive-up communion. So I think maybe that kept people from going and enjoying an early morning run, and the idea that businesses were going to be opening. My guess is people got up and got themselves cleaned up. What are we going to do for Mother's Day? We're going to Ross, Mom. Let's get in the car. We're going to go to Ross. We're going shopping.
I didn't hear anybody
People
say-
showered yesterday morning.
There was, yeah,
They
everybody
showered.
with the pow-pow. It was nice. Anyway, so
Call to make your appointment for a haircut, Ray Gibson.
I did. I sent the note to Ashley, and so I lots of friends in the haircut business, right? So I sent the note to Ashley. That's her name because there's like 20 Ashleys in my life, and she's Ashley Haircut.
You don't look that bad.
He's a little
made
fluffy,
it pretty
but-
good.
It's well, you need to see me in the morning, but it's scary. It's like Beetlejuice. it's awful. But anyway, so yeah, I've already made the outreach to Ashley, and it was like Friday afternoon. I said, okay, you guys are going to be able to start taking customers, and I know you're going to be busy on the weekends, right? And sure enough, she says I might be able to get you in like on the 15th at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Which is midnight for me, so I don't know about
There's
that.
always little Tommies.
But the old man's not there all the time. See, I only want to go when the old man is there, and sometimes you go in.
Well,
there's already 5 guys waiting for the old
But
man.
now it's by appointment, so you don't have to wait, and you can pretty
It'll
much
never
guarantee
be by appointment at Little Tommy's.
No.
That place that's commando. That's commando. You go in and you take what you
He
can.
misses the massage that comes after the haircut, right?
He did he's old school, so he's got one of those hand vibrating things.
Mm-hmm.
So he puts it in like Iron Man's glove, and that's what you use to get your massage at the end of it. And it's nice. Always tip extra when he does that when the old man is there. But when he's not, I don't know. So he doesn't even open his eyes anymore when I'm in. He just kind of gets there. You sit down at a chair. He feels you ready. He's Gibson, and he gives you the standard haircut that you get. Anyway, 6:22 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show. We got a lot to get to. We'll start with these superheroes here. The top 10.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
It's like that around here, isn't it? Dave Torrey online, number one poster this morning, followed by Ismael. There's, looks like Sherry, J.B. St. Nicholas, Carl T.C. Gutierrez, Alfred Cabo, Sandra De Leon Guerrero, and Andrew Camacho with timely information about going in there and enjoying P-Corps to your fullest. The way it works with the P-Corps is it's just like going to somebody's house, except it's not. It's a Micronesia Mall or GPO. Did you see the video that GPO put out there?
Yeah.
They got a little nice little explainer video, so that the people can go and know what to expect when they go by. And then there's the picture of on the front cover of today's Guam Daily Post. We got shopping centers, and it's weird because there's people standing in line to get into the store. Right?
It's different.
It's weird. I don't know. There's
They're
how
taking
are we
temperatures, right? I think they're taking temperatures.
Well,
as they're going into the mall, because the kids went yesterday to
Did they? Okay.
to Micronesia Mall, and as they were entering, they had their forehead checked.
Because some shopping centers are a little
and then
bit
somebody
more.
sprayed the hand sanitizer.
Yeah. There was some of these places are a little bit more sophisticated than others. I went by a place and they did not have the forehead scanner. So they said, I said, how are you going to take my temperature? And they said, bend over. So I'm sorry, we're out of oral thermometers, Mr.
Where's
Gibson.
that store at? I'm going there right away.
You would.
So there's Dennis Benzer's online. So is Kenny Williams. Joe, I think Joe comes out as a top 10. My pals, Bobby and Connie Bartonico, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. The rest of the list looks like this. Roy Burgess, Pat Bumba, Kaisel Camacho Sablan wishing happy birthday. There's Gabrielle Williams. And she was among those that gave me my very first birthday present the other day, and it was a six-pack of honey Kolsch, and it was all wrapped up. And she wrapped it up because she knew she was giving it to a guy. She wrapped it up with duct tape. Right? That's the way you do that. Ricky Woodall's on. Thanks for the wish. James Howard says, that's not rain, man. We're talking about whatever's falling up in Gigo. That's not rain. Jessica Mad Solace is online. Hafa Rico Blancaflor, Marla Carbazito saying happy birthday and cheers. Zoe and Pinko, Kenny Williams, Debbie Wise saying good morning, Ray, Mana, and the real Joe. It's finally your birthday, Ray. I know it's been a long year. Shirag Bajwani from the Speaker's office is online today. Ismail says, Is it a poem? Do I have a poem here? Blue lights flashing in my rear view. The officer said, I should have known it was you driving like a maniac on Route 1, but I got to admit, the chase was fun. I'm letting you go with a warning today, only because it's your birthday, Ray. Oh, that's sweet. Shahan Caldwell and Rosemary LaGuardia are online. Joanne Fullerton saying good morning. Hi, Simon Sanchez. Happy birthday, Ray. Keep on the good path that you've been on. Oh, you should have got that message to me yesterday. Oh, that would have been more timely yesterday. Yeah. Can I tell you what happened to me? Like, so I'm having a good time. It's Sunday and the sun's gone down, and I said, well, I guess that's it for the weekend. I was hungry. I was still hungry. You know, I'd had that cheeseburger over at Pirate's Cove, but that was like hours ago. And I get in the car and I'm going, what am I hungry for? Pizza. Pizza always works. And so I did it again. Get to the drive-thru over at Domino's, and again, you ordered myself a medium thin crust pepperoni pizza and ate the whole thing.
Yes.
I mean, the whole thing. So I got a bout with, I'm on like the big Tums this morning, not the little tiny ones that come in a little packet. I got the big Tums, and frankly, they aren't working. So if there might be a time, there could be a technical or yawn on the program here. I might be yakking a Smurf. Before too much longer, but it was good. It was good. It hit all of the right spots. And can I tell you what I was watching at the time? Can I tell you what TV show I was on? I finished Upload, and I can hardly wait for season 2 of Upload to begin. If you're on Amazon Prime, I insist that you at least watch the first episode of Upload. I think you're going to like it. And anyway, so I made it all the way through the season over the weekend, and I was looking for something else to watch. And you can find they've got some old actual television shows there on Amazon Prime. And one of them was Cougar Town. Do you remember Cougar Town?
No. Sounds interesting.
You don't remember Cougar Town?
No, I don't.
Oh, man. So, I don't know, 90s comedy about 40-ish-year-old women, broken marriages or whatever. And, they're in, one of them is she's recently single, right? And then there's other single people, and she gets along with her exes and stuff. And it's a fascinating program, very well written. But every once in a while, it dates itself, right? So she was making a phone call to somebody on her BlackBerry phone.
Oh, nice.
Right? Somebody like, let me take a picture of that. And they opened up their flip phone and did ka-chick. One of those things, ka-chick. And you go, wow, that's so cool. And it kind of makes you wish those. I wouldn't mind one of the, like the Razors. Wouldn't it be cool if the Razors came back with like today's technology in the Razor platform?
Yes.
And there is still a part of me that misses the little ball on the
ball.
Yeah, and the
mouse,
BlackBerry.
The
yeah.
ball mouse. The one that broke every now and then.
If you knew what you were doing, you could fix him. Pam Duvall, Tom Palado Day, Derwin Flores, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Bring back the sunshine.
We need sunshine.
It's especially today when it's so rainy. Josephine Blas is there. UH Rengel is online. Uncle Carl wishing me a happy birthday. Karina Escobar Sue and Greg Karabrock. Cano Colazo Cruz. Feliz Cumpleaños. Thank you very much for saying so. Andy Tadenko is online. Rico Blancaflor, Renee Lau from next door, Vicky Ganashis Borja, Jean Uggan Martinez. I got, buddy, Shawnee Gumatau is listening to the program. We miss calling and waking you up down in Talafofo, buddy. I miss that. Finding out what's going on. Give me a reasonable excuse to call and wake you up, but wait until the kids are back in school. I think it's more exciting when I get to wake them up, too. Amanda Krussman saying, happy birthday. That's sweet. Valerie Cruz and Boris Hertzlet is online. Boris sent me something over from the SBDC. I think I might have it in the printouts this morning. The Guam Procurement Technical Assistance Center is offering free live webinars Tuesday and Thursdays, and the next one is going to be tomorrow, applying for a DUNS number and registering in the SAM, in the database. I'll give you more details on that later in the program, or you can call Boris. His phone number is on the paper, 488-2151, 488-2151. He's awake now, so if you want to reach out to him, that'd be great. Joe Leasel Longy is online. Gene Uggan Martinez wishing me a happy birthday. Andre Bainham, Henry Menglotnia. I got Lynn Tadenko, Carl L. G. Bloss, Paul Perez, Zaywert, Franco Julian. I just like saying the name that way. There's Marilu Berseman, who's got Happy Mother's Day to you. Happy belated Mother's Day. In fact, let me back up and say happy belated Mother's Day to everybody that is a mother out there. Hope you had a fantastic day yesterday, and governor open things up a little bit early for you so you can go and get your hair did and your nails did and all of that kind of thing. So I hope it turned out to be from the pictures that I've seen. But you know what? I will say, I feel kind of ripped off about this. It's one of those COVID-19. It ticks me off when I pass by and I see it. Is they shut down all of the little parkways that we have here, right up and down Marine Corps Drive, and all those pavilions, and they put the Jersey barriers in front of them because nobody's supposed to have fun, right? And EPAL Beach. They had yellow shirts there yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, they had yellow shirts there, but they still weren't letting people park on the other side of the barricade. And I'm going, what? The beach is open. I don't understand why you're not allowing people to park. We got it. We've got to find a way to begin to start very quietly just undoing some of the matopping. And that is one of those places I think we might be able to get started on. It's just K-rails, Jersey barriers, just silently disappear and let people do that. Didn't stop us, though. That does not deter the average Chamorro family from getting out there and partying on the beach. Did you note yesterday that everybody had found a little peekaboo spot to park on just off the road, and the beach is right there? I mean, it's not. I don't need your pavilion with your no bathroom and no trash cans in order to have fun. This is still Guam, and the beaches, for all intents and purposes, were still open. So I thought that was cool. Jojo Perez, Dan Velt, Lynn Tedeco wishing me happy birthday from the Super Friends. Nice. Frank Chargaloff and Paris Mendiola Bluffs. We'll always have Paris. Joe Italic is online. Hey, Joe. How's Thursday nights going? I'm thrilled that they've got you there. Anna Leoncio Kilroy saying, happy blessed birthday, Ray. Keep talking. That's the idea, is keep the meters moving over in the red. Keenan McCausland's online. Prayers for the Camacho family from Mongmong as they lay to rest my primo Jake. Those are, I tell you what, I've got a funeral to attend next weekend, and I'm not looking forward. I mean, not that you look forward to funerals, but I know that this one's going to be that much more somber because they're only going to be letting people in 10 at a time. In keeping with all of the rules and things like that. I guess one of the restrictions that we've got here in these COVID times is, unfortunately, I'm sure that you die alone because your family's not allowed to visit you in the hospital anymore, and then you go through this process, and what should be your big graduation day, it's limited to you and 9 other people. Well, I guess not you. You're in the box, but just 10 people at a time. What's that, Pam Duvall? The beaches are open, but they prevent us from parking. WTH. Well, you know what that's all about, because they want you to get exercise. Yeah, you're out in the sunshine, vitamin D, exercise, so that you won't get COVID. Now, I don't know, because it seems to me they might have missed that part, right? They're closing off the beaches where people probably should be able to lay out there and do all of the things they do. But the truth of the matter is, Pam, it's almost academic. They've got the Jersey barriers and the K-rails up there, but everybody has found a way to the beaches. They're still laying out in the sun, getting a tan, and they're still having. There's not quite so many barbecues, but every once in a while you pass by somebody and you can tell they've been marinating something, and because I can smell it on the fire. That's nice. That's one of the reminders that we're beginning to slowly come out from this. 6:33 in the morning, and got plenty of other stuff to talk about besides my birthday and belated Mother's Day. As I said, we'll hear from some of the usual suspects this morning, including a very close friend, our personal friend, Dave Del Sole. He's going to be everybody's friend because he's got access, and I believe they've funded the account now to the tune of about $276 million. We'll talk about how that's all getting spent. You realize, just before we get started, do you realize how much federal money is coming into town? It's huge, isn't it? Has anybody done the mathematics? I want to say Sabrina did a story last week that I didn't get around to reading, where they tallied up all of the different federal resources, the federal cash resources that are coming into town, breaking down the millions Guam has received in CARES Act funding. FEMA, $10 million. As of May 1st, Health and Human Services, $736,000. Medical providers, more than $9.3 million from the Provider Relief Fund, $21 million from HHS. U.S. Department of Treasury, $117 million in CARES Act payment. The SBA, $102 million. Department of Labor, like I said, $1.5 for the dislocated worker program, but $276 million for the PUC, right? Just amazing, all of that money. I'm wondering if here's the check, and then we're going to take some of that money and to give it to the lieutenant governor so he can go to the UN and rag about how terrible it is being a colony of the United States of America. 6:35 in the morning, and time for our first look at headline news now with all of that from the Guam Daily Post. Montecillo Tyron.
The Department of Labor is expecting to receive some $276 million for unemployment. Labor officials still working to stand up its program. They received notification on Saturday of its approval of its initial increment of funds for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program and the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation Program. As funding is expected, they say the federal government will provide additional increments to ensure benefits can be paid. Guam is in pandemic condition of readiness too, and already a number of businesses opened their doors. Lines piling up at some shopping places yesterday. Those allowed to open include hair and nail salons by appointment only, restaurants for takeout only, photography places as well. You might be required to wear a mask and social distance, but many government services are also open as well. You can see the Guam Daily Post for a list of all the agencies and stores that will be open today. Well, public health was closed for Mother's Day, so no tests were conducted yesterday, but the tests that were taken up until Saturday night have all come back negative. Guam's still at 151 total COVID-19 cases and 124 people said to be recovered. And ratepayers might see another drop in their power rates. The Consolidated Commission on Utilities weighing the idea of adjusting the fuel surcharge lower amidst the most recent drop in fuel costs. The GPA general manager says he's looking at requesting an adjustment in the LEAC for the second half of this year. And those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, you can log on to their website at postguam.com.
Were they tired over at the governor's office?
It's Mother's Day.
They got only 17 tests over the weekend.
Yeah.
And they all come back negative.
Yeah.
So
maybe because a lot of them are mothers, give them a day to hang out with their family.
COVID doesn't take a break. Our invisible enemy. It's the first time I've had. It's the first time I've been able to say that. Right? I've never referred to it as that before.
No.
This is an invisible enemy, Mon. It doesn't take days off. So the last JIC that we've got is release number 118. Right, Saturday, May the 9th. So nothing on. Apparently, nothing happened yesterday. COVID took.
Oh, it's good news. Zero positive cases.
Zero positive, but only 17 tests. I thought we were supposed to be into the heavy testing.
200, right? Upwards of 250.
I'm just saying. I just thought we were in that time period where, we go into PCOR 2, but we gotta keep moving forward. Got to keep fighting this invisible enemy, and part of that is going to be contact tracing, and the other part's going to be massive testing on a huge scale. So what do we get? 17. Okay, we're done. We got our 17. Let's go home, guys. Happy Mother's Day. Make your reservations. Call Jeff's. It's 6:38 in the morning. That's iConnect time. Swing by iConnect. In fact, you might see a lot of the people in the front page of the Guam Daily Post today were lining up to go to the iConnect store at the Micronesia Mall. You got some ideas on some things that you need for your telecommunications. You can reach out to them at 888-8888.
One of the easiest ways to prevent the spread of COVID-19 is to wash your hands with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. Let this message help you time it. Start soaping up now. The coronavirus can't survive and multiply without a host, so don't give it that chance, especially if you're more susceptible to serious complications. Groups at higher risk include the elderly, those with impaired immune systems or asthma, or who are pregnant. Practice proper social distancing by staying 6 feet away from others. Choice Broadcasting reminds you to stay safe and stay clean. You can rinse now.
Go green. Go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details. There's nothing traffic right now. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. As I'm looking at the gizmo, don't see too much. Just some basic intersection stuff, and nothing until you get to Wysangsom. If you're headed southbound, you might see a little bit of traffic coming up on that intersection. A little bit of traffic at the intersection up in Sinahanya. I'm sorry, not Sinahanya, but over into where are we going? Looks like traffic heading into the Where's that? Harvest Christian Place. That road there. Don't see too much else. Looking at traffic into the downtown Augusta area, non-existent traffic. A little bit over by Navy Hospital and starting to build up down in Sumai. But that's it for right now. 20 away from 7. Right now, traffic happening on the point.
During this time of great uncertainty, Security Title is working to support our essential banks. We are working for the family who would have been homeless if their purchase was delayed, for the family's refinancing to lower mortgage payments, for the contractor who has fronted the cost to build a home, and the surveyors, appraisers, inspectors, and the realtors who cannot make a living without selling a house. With our office doors locked and our essential team members complying with all government protocols, in our own small way, Security Title continues to serve our community.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. It's like being married sometimes, working with your baby sister. So she's sitting over there, and she's, well, no, I'm just saying, you're complaining about how
I don't know
cold
where
you
you're
are.
from, but that's disgusting.
She's like, oh my God, it's so cold in here. She's all wrapped up, and you get the thing, and I'm starting to get the Fefa sweats. And maybe am I talking too loud or something?
I'm so cold, my knuckles hurt.
Your knuckles hurt?
cold in here.
I was, you said knuckles, right? Okay.
Oh,
God, I want to throw something.
Happy birthday, Ray.
Happy birthday. But like I said, I don't know. I'm getting that Fefa sweat thing like I just got busted doing something wrong, you know? Like I just, like somebody's watching me. I know what you did. We have pictures. Not going to talk about that this morning.
Oh.
I'm not going there. Not going to go there.
Knuckles.
6:41 in the morning. 888-8255 is my telephone number. 988-5874. That's 988-5874 is the place to send if you've got some interesting pictures. Then I can put on the show. That's is the thing. I've already got them. We've already decided we're not going to actually put those on. George Macris online says there is a new Motorola Razr flip phone. Costs about $1,500. No, that's not. That's. Joe, see if you can find me a picture of the new Motorola Razr. Macris says one exists. He says that it's out there and that it exists. Macris, do me a favor. We might talk a little bit this morning at some point. Let me know when you've got some information. I was looking at. They were doing. Somebody sent me a side-by-side comparison of different states and territories. And it was number of COVID deaths, and then next to that is the number of regular flu deaths that they get. And in almost every single case, the number of COVID deaths was far less. I mean, in many cases, just tiny percentages of what the actual flu deaths were, except for New York. New York, for some reason, the New York's COVID deaths were striking because of the contrast with the number of people that have died there from COVID, which is much larger than the percentage of people that are dying from that have died from the flu. And I'm kind of curious as to why. I mean, not everything is linear with this disease. And as I mentioned last week, we're looking at some of the mortality figures, and everybody says, well, it's a lot of the potential victims are going to be people with the comorbidities. They're going to be older, and they're going to have the comorbids on it. And it'll go, okay, well, that makes sense. And then you look at what generally kills lots of people here on Guam: heart disease, diabetes, respiratory issues, heart issues, and things like that. And so you'd think that our casualties would be higher because we've got so many people that have got so many of these diseases that generally kill all kinds of folks on a regular basis. But COVID is not necessarily reaching out to these guys. So I'm kind of curious as to why. I mean, I'm glad our numbers are low, but why are they so low given, what many people say is an unhealthy population? Ask anybody in the medical profession. They say, wow, you won't believe the number of people that I see these days. All kinds of, and they're all preventable diseases is one of the other points. 6:44 in the morning, 888-8255. My very close, very dear personal friend, Simon Sanchez is online. Hi, Si, how you doing?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Raymond. Happy birthday to you. I hope you had a great birthday.
Now sing it like Marilyn Monroe.
Sorry about the tongue.
No, I didn't know. It's okay. It's all right. I'm better now. Now that I'm on the air, and you've worked on the radio before. Now that I'm here in the studio and doing it, I'm not even thinking about any kind of indigestion or wolfing down in about 2 minutes an entire Domino's pepperoni pizza. But anyway, 6:44 in the morning, and I'll let you sing that to me in lieu of getting me a 6-pack of beer or a case of something cold.
There you go. That's about all I'm worth these days.
Yeah, right. I can sing for you, but here's just all I got is my drum, right? That old Christmas tune. 6:45 in the morning. That's okay. Mana got me a 6-pack of beer, and we'll just share it. We'll just say it's from you. But there's the possibility. The Post has got a story. I want to say it's in today's news, where they think that you guys at the CCU might be getting together with the Power Authority and talking to the PUC about a rollback a little bit, huh?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, oil's been dramatically down, which is great. We can talk about the gas stations later, but at least on the power side, John was looking at it. We have to look at it this month anyway, and we usually adjust the LEAC in August, right? And we look at it in May, we send it to the PUC, they look at it June, July, and adjust August 1. But the prices have dropped so dramatically that we talked with John last month and said, let's see if we can do something June 1st, move it up 2 months, and instead of an August to February LEAC, we'll do a June to February LEAC, especially if it allows us to lower the price.
Yeah.
You know, we need every penny saved is huge for people right now. So that's what he's doing. He's working on that. I think we're basically all called back to work today, and we got the full team working. But I'm not sure when the chairman will schedule the meeting, but our plan is to schedule it early enough in May so John can present. And then I think the PUC has already scheduled their May meeting, and we want to be in time for them to process the number. But the expectation is that we should be able to lower it a little further.
Yeah, well, I mean, it went
really cheap.
Went down under zero for a few days when people were actually paying guys to take our oil, and it came up but it's still going up slowly. I think we're at 24.5 today for West Texas.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely cheaper for us, and the oil we bought that is came in April and is arriving later in May, and that's the super tanker where we bought some extra fuel. That all gets to be burned in July, August, September, and that's all going to mean lower cost fuel for us that we're using at that time. And when you put it in the black box, and you also, the other challenge is, what do you think oil's going to do from August to February? So, you're going to have to make some intelligent guessing. And when the market's so crazy, maybe intelligent and guessing aren't the right two words to pair, but you do the best you can.
Well, every market is crazy. Every market is crazy. Right. West Texas lost its mind for a while, like I said, under zero. I mean, they're actually trading in negative numbers. Tapas has, for about the last week, Tapas is actually cheaper than West Texas crude.
Yes. So, my expectation, just me, haven't seen the numbers just from watching it all these years, is we should be able to lower it again and for June 1st. But let's let John run the numbers and do the projections that he always does. But clearly, the LEAC's not, sorry about that, helping Luke get to her car. The LEAC's not going anywhere near up for a while, and my hope is we can continue to run it down. And that's what John's working on.
Right. Okay. Well, you work on, as you said, getting Lou to the car. Is she working today?
Yeah, of course. The banks never stopped working. There's a bunch of people that haven't stopped working since March 16th, including you. I'm never going to complain. I will never complain. Number one, how much I love this gig, and number two, I've got something to do. I tell you what, sometimes the worst thing is it gets to be the weekend, and I'll go walk with my brother Dave and Tom Poole or something like that, or go running like I did yesterday. I get home and go, okay, what now? What is there to do? Yeah, the economy is definitely going to still take its time coming back. I appreciate you were asking some good questions. I was trying to do it in my head. I think it's about $1.5 billion in federal funding was what I came up with, at least maybe 1 3/4 that is being pumped in here. That's going to help. How long it will last, is the bigger question. Even Uncle Sam is wrestling with, do we do another $2 trillion package? Money given to Uncle Sam's not unlimited, but for now that'll be very good to get in. I could be all right, just my own personal sense. Yesterday, I think the whole island, I hope, at least took a break. Some people went to church. We watched it on TV, unfortunately, because we had a Zoom with our family. I saw the governor walking
in San Vitores at 6:30 with her dear friend and walking on the beach or walking on San Vitores. And it was Mother's Day, and it was a good day to kind of re-anchor and reconnect, even if we had to kiss Mom from afar, like you and I have to do, and or in Mana. And or get as close to her with a hug and a kiss or a fist bump if you could.
Yeah.
Everyone was joking about some contact tracing. If you kiss your mother and she gets sick in a week, and Linda comes knocking on your door, just deny you saw your mother.
Exactly. Nothing happened. Nothing to see here. No, nothing to report. I ran into a mutual friend of ours literally on Saturday morning as Jim Bonanno was hanging out down at the beach, and it's just force of habit. I've known the guy for 40 years or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's like before we left, it's like it just did one of those dude hugs, and it occurred to him just as I'm walking away, he says, "Oh my God, we made contact." It's like the first time he ever had any kind of human contact in the last 8 weeks or something.
Yeah, I think we've all kind of missed that a little bit. A lot of verbal contact, a lot of back and forth. I did want to have Mana and Joe confirm that I did hear you just say a few minutes ago that you were never going to complain about anything ever again. So that's on the record. Or is that just for your birthday?
Well, then the show's over. I guess we're done for the day. If I decided I'm not going to complain about anything, I guess I'm done. Well, we'll keep us posted. Keep a string on the program. Let me know after you and the guys from GPA get together and GWA.
Absolutely. Yeah, we were surprised to see. We weren't surprised. Or I wasn't surprised to see the gas stations raise their price. Yeah, I was thinking they would hold their prices longer, but their margin is based on the denominator, and the denominator's been dropping like a rock.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if your price of fuel goes down, and how do you keep your margin? I think what we saw last week was the oil companies, the gas stations, trying to preserve their margin. That's why they raised that price, even though their cost is lower.
Yeah,
and they're selling less fuel. I've talked to a couple of fuel suppliers.
Yeah,
and they're selling 15% less fuel during this 2-month period because people were staying home. And now as the island gradually reopens, their volume, I think, will come back up. But I was surprised that they popped the price. From one point of view, but from another point of view, I wasn't surprised.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got a couple of different margins at work. You've got the margins on the fuel, and that they share with the government of Guam on the liquid fuels tax. You got the margins on the stuff inside, and as people weren't doing as much traveling, weren't buying a lot of fuel, so I can see your side of the equation. They also weren't going in the store for Slim Jims and vape juice and Mountain Dew. Some of those numbers were off. I know one of my fuel buddies said they saw in some stores 50-60% worth of drop off in customer visits to the inside.
Yeah, I mean they sold less fuel. Fewer people were moving around. We blunted the curve. I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of what we did on Guam, creates these impacts. Some you get surprised about because we've never been through one of these. Yep. But I was surprised when I first heard it, and then I wasn't so surprised when some of the guys were saying, "Hey, our fuel sales are down 15%." Why? People were staying home. Parts of governments were shut down. People were trying to blunt the curve and did, and things like gas sales get impacted, but they had to protect their margin even though they're selling less gas.
They'll come back this week because everybody was on the road yesterday. There's everybody out looking for some kind of adventure and taking a little bit of free air. 6:52, Si, I'm going to let you go. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
All right. Have a great week. We'll let you know what's going on.
Right on. I appreciate it. 888 and birthday wishes and all that. 6:53 in the morning. I want to do this all day. It's my birthday, but you get the present. So Lou getting in the car, going to work over at the bank, First Hawaiian, right? And they've been, as Simon points out, open every day and asking you to come in, different hours, wash your hands, where's the mask, all of that. But if you were a business that is now reopened in PCOR 2, call me and let me know about it. 888-8255. 888-TALK. I won't charge you anything. We'll take down your telephone number, and I'll give it to the guy in the sales department. But if you're open for business, give me a ring. Give me a jingle, and we'll talk about where it is that you're open. Where's that lady at the Booney store? Are they open? They ought to be open in the PCOR too, right? And did you say that photography studio, portrait studios are allowed to? So that is Miles' wife's place is allowed to open. But do you have to wear a mask when you go in there?
You're going to have to wear a mask in pretty much every establishment, and I think that's according to the executive order that's still in place that requires businesses to have their employees wear masks as well as their patrons, and it's for your own safety.
Yeah, but I mean, you're going to a photography studio. You're going to wear. here's my
Good
portrait.
point.
Do you have to wear the mask while you're having your portrait taken? Is the thing. So let me know about that, and be happy to.
I think you can probably take them off for the
Spill it for just a couple of minutes, okay? Because otherwise, when you say smile, people are still smiling underneath the mask.
I tell you what, people are going to be spoiled by this food delivery.
Well, I
think that is going to be a service that is going to stay.
I think that's going to stay. I think the food deliveries, all we got to do is maybe do a better job and find a way to do it. I know that there's a couple of people that have got apps and things like that, right? But I think there's it feels to me like there's a whole other level of sophistication that we can do, like they do with the drive around services in the Philippines, where you call the Grab, the Grab will go get your food, bring it to you, and make the payments. Everything is done on PayPal or whatever. 888-825-5888-TALK is the phone number here. I got Marcel Camacho on the line. Good morning, Mars.
Good morning, Ray. Happy birthday.
Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate you putting that up on the Facebook Live, and congratulations. You and the other realtors get to go back to work.
We are P Core 2 authorized to work.
I believe, yes.
We are still non-essential.
Huh? Everybody's essential.
Some of us are quintessential.
Apparently. What do you mean by that? Are there some of you that they're standing up some of the offices in Gov Guam that you need to do some of that business in?
No, what happens is if we should revert back to P Core 1, we get locked in again.
Yeah. So that's the big looming threat. But I think if they tried to lock down again, I think the community, after having gone through what we've been through, would be up in arms.
I sent the letter to the oversight chair of the Department of Revenue and Taxation asking her to call for a virtual town hall meeting because the realtors, 400 of us strong, are being discriminated upon. The Revenue Tax Department, who has oversight of banking, insurance, and real estate, has excluded real estate from being essential, while the other two entities have been deemed essential. And so it really impacts our ability to work. Why should they be able to work in case of a situation like we're in, like a pandemic?
Oh, sure.
And insurance, by the way, was excluded initially, but when they extended the deadline for the lockdown, they were able to convince the governor to include them as essential. And we continue to fight as a realtor to be included in that for parity. So anyway, we're open. It takes us a little while to get out there and to market properties and to negotiate and to sign contracts. So we don't get a paycheck every 2 weeks like everybody else. We work off a commission.
Yeah,
so
you guys are in a hustle business.
If we get locked down, Ray, it sets us back not just 2 weeks, not just a month. It could be 6 months. It could be a year before we close some of the deals that we work on. I worked on one deal, and it took me 3 years because it was a large deal, but it just doesn't make sense. There's no rhyme, reason, rationale, logic. And the town hall meeting will give us an opportunity to express ourselves and to ask the question about why they chose to exclude us and discriminate upon us. And hopefully we can come to a reasonable compromise, because isn't that what politics is? It's the art of compromise.
Well, yeah, I hear you. But here, my problem though is not whether you needed to fight for parity between the banking and the insurance and real estate. I think the issue is I don't know that we should have taken the extreme steps of virtually shutting down our economy, lockdown orders, and things like that. Even to the degree that I don't know, some kind of big fancy gift that they said, we said that we were going to open on May the 11th. But we'll move PCOR 2 to Sunday the 10th. That's Mother's Day gift to everybody. And in my mind, that signals one thing, and that is that we're no longer worrying about data. We're no longer worrying about facts that, quote, inform our decision on this stuff. If you can move things around, like the opening date of the PCOR, which was supposed to be based on hard facts and things like that smarter guys than you and I were looking at. that. But if you can move it around at will, it shows that there really were some political machinations behind everything. And that's where I'm at. Whether or not you got discriminated against, or people that were selling birthday cards got discriminated against, in my mind, we shouldn't have had to ask those questions. I think in the final analysis, it will come down to we should not have gone to the harsh step of quarantining healthy people for as long as we did. Mars, do me a favor. Give me a ring back in the next about...
Can I just make one statement, though?
I've only got 15 seconds. Can you do it in 15?
If I try to eat the whole hamburger, I'm going to choke. I take little bites and swallow those pieces one at a time.
It's a good point. Mars, I'll talk to you pretty soon. 7 o'clock in the morning. The radio station's KUSG. Again, you stand by now for Fox News Live. This is The Point.
Reopening states too fast or not fast enough? I'm Ann Carrick, Fox News. What will happen as states reopen businesses? Epidemiologist Dr. Michael Osterholm from the University of Minnesota on Sunday morning on NBC's Meet the Press.
We can't stay locked down for 18 months. But at the same time, when you have cases increasing, deaths increasing, healthcare workers without adequate protective equipment, and we're suddenly going back to what was once our normal lives, that's not a safe place to be. We can't do that and not expect to see a major increase in cases.
Dr. Osterholm says eventually 60 to 70% of the country will have coronavirus. The pandemic continues to disrupt the U.S. supply chain, but White House Director of Trade and Manufacturing Peter Navarro tells Fox Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo American industry is very innovative.
In General Motors, stand up a factory in 17 days, and not only that, replicate the supply chain domestically using their engineering and in combination with a technology company.
Navarro adding this is going to be a multi-year period for the economy.
This will be an ongoing struggle of complexity that we're going to have somebody in the White House who focuses on the economy.
33 million Americans filed for unemployment benefits in recent weeks. Transcripts are released of the House Intelligence Committee investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. Ranking member Devin Nunes on Sunday Morning Futures with Maria Bartiromo.
We had a strategy here that we wanted to get every single person that we interviewed, whether or not they knew of any evidence of collusion, coordination, or conspiracy between the Trump campaign and the Russians.
Committee Chairman Adam Schiff says the Trump campaign invited Russian help, made full use of it, then covered it up. America's listening to Fox News.
Let's all do our part to stop the spread. Changing the way we bank can be one small way we keep our distance but still get things done. Whether you need to check balances, transfer funds, pay bills, or deposit a check, our online and mobile banking solutions are here for you 24/7. Whenever you want, wherever you are. Terms and conditions apply. For more info on all our banking options, visit bankofguam.com and follow us on social media for more safe banking tips. We're in this together. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hakatia and Tumon are now open for takeout and free delivery services in selected locations. For more information, call 479-2652 or 3 or 969-2652. Open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comforts of your own home. They take your favorite local dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
Demanding answers regarding the Department of Veterans Affairs and their supply of chloroquine drugs. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is concerned veterans are being used as guinea pigs in coronavirus testing.
The American Legion, the Vietnam Vets Against the War, and I are asking the VA, are our vets being used for clandestine COVID-19 drug testing? What brings this worry to light is a recent bulk order in the past few weeks of hydrochloroquine by the VA. And the VA is not giving us any details.
Worldwide, there are more than 4 million recorded coronavirus cases and at least 279,000 deaths. New York nursing homes must start twice-weekly coronavirus testing for all staffers, and no longer will COVID-19 patients leaving hospitals be sent to those facilities. Governor Andrew Cuomo announcing the policy during a daily briefing after facing growing criticism over the handling of nursing facility outbreaks. More than 5,000 nursing home patients in the state succumbed to coronavirus. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson announcing a 5-level COVID-19 plan to reopen the United Kingdom following its coronavirus lockdown.
Prime Minister Johnson said that Britain's movement forward cannot be driven by hope or economic necessity, rather by science. And that is why he said that the lockdown cannot be lifted in Britain this week. But he did unveil loose plans for the way back. And the new slogan will be not to stay home, but to stay alert. Some, including Scotland, consider that dangerous mixed messaging. And the opposition leader in the UK says it raises more questions than it answers. But Johnson said the UK's got it under control, putting into place a 5-scaled COVID alert system to monitor the situation should the rate of infection spike back up.
Fox's Amy Kellogg from Florence, Italy.
During this time of great uncertainty, Security Title is working to support our essential banks. We are working for the family who would have been homeless if their purchase was delayed, for the families refinancing to lower mortgage payments, for the contractor who has fronted the cost to build a home, and the surveyors, appraisers, inspectors, and the realtors who cannot make a living without selling a house. With our office doors locked and our essential team members complying with all government protocols, in our own small way, Security Title continues to serve our community.
Cocoa Coffee Company mugs are now here. Show pride for your island as you enjoy your delicious Circle K coffee. Each generously sized 16-ounce mug is etched with Guam-inspired images like Chief Gadao, Serena, Two Lovers, and many more. The Cocoa Coffee Company mug collection is available for a limited time only, so don't miss out. Get yours today and collect them all. Exclusively available at Circle K locations. A portion of the proceeds go toward the Cocoa Bird Recovery Program.
As COVID-19 spreads and is now officially a pandemic, Guam Insurance Services is taking additional safety measures. We are continuing to service your needs, and we are here for you, online and by phone. Our location is temporarily closed to the public. Please call 475-1162 for immediate assistance. For more information, please visit our website at guahaninsurance.com. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation as we get through this together.
It's 7:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news from the Guam Daily Post. As many places reopen today and look to the increased lifting of public health restrictions, the Department of Public Health is bracing for what might be a big weight on its operation as they continue to struggle with a shortage of manpower, in particular their ability to conduct inspections. Public Health, ahead of the governor's Pandemic Condition of Readiness 2 declaration, issued a workplace guidance for businesses able to reopen under the new condition. Last week, Senator Therese Terlahi, during an oversight hearing, asked whether environmental health had the ability to enforce these measures. Environmental Health Administrator Tom Nadeau says that they don't have the human resources to meet the mandates and meet the public's expectations. And while senators expressed their concerns, Public Health Director Linda DeNorsi said, unfortunately, the grants under the CARES Act does not cover additional support for environmental health. Well, the island is in PCOR 2, that's Pandemic Condition of Readiness 2, as the government is allowing for the gradual lifting of some restrictions amidst the coronavirus pandemic. Businesses allowed to operate under this relaxed restriction includes real estate businesses, automotive sales, floral shops, hair and nail salons by appointment only, restaurants for takeout only, elective medical and dental treatment, and professional services such as financial planning, information technology, and photography. There are restrictions that will be in place that will include face masks and social distancing. There are also a number of government services that will be reopening today, and while Rev and Tax will restore many of its services, they are looking for some delays with regard to the applications for passports. May 1st update from the U.S. Department of State Bureau Consular Affairs states that it could take several months for passports to be issued because of public health measures have to prevent the spread of COVID-19. They have extremely limited operations. Reverend Tax Director Daphne Shimizu says that even if the department reopens, it still needs to follow the Honolulu Passport Agency guidelines for service. According to the U.S. Department of State, in-person passport services at local passport agencies are available only for customers who need to travel within 72 hours because of life or death emergencies. Now, to qualify, travelers must provide a proof of the emergency, such as a death certificate, a statement from a mortuary, or a signed letter from a hospital or medical professional. More news after this.
Subway is still serving the subs you love. Delicious subs made fresh and easy to get for takeout. And now with their family takeout special, get a free footlong when you buy 2. Visit any of their convenient locations today. Subway, make it what you want.
The Department of Labor is set to receive $276 million. Officials received notification this Saturday of the approval of its initial increment of funds for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance and Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation Programs. The federal agency intends to provide Guam funding for the 2 programs in increments. Labor Director Dave De La Sola says as funding is expected, the federal government will provide additional increments to ensure benefits can be paid. Applications are expected to be available in the next couple of weeks, and the official start of the program and dissemination of checks will follow. Otherwise, it was last week the governor said that this week they'll begin issuing emergency relief checks to taxpayers. The checks worth up to $1,200 for single tax filers, $2,400 for couples, and $500 per child. The stimulus checks dubbed as the economic impact payments. And Public Health's lab was closed for Mother's Day, so no tests were conducted yesterday at any of their labs. But the tests that were taken over the weekend all came back negative. As of Saturday, 17 tests were taken. None of them came back positive of COVID-19. Guam's still at 151 total COVID-19 cases. 124 people are said to have recovered, and 5 deaths have been associated with the coronavirus. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here now's Ray with your weather.
Thank you, Mona. Partly cloudy skies, and today's forecast with some scattered showers, expected isolated showers, too. Easterly winds blowing to about 20 miles an hour. Highs today about 88 degrees for tonight, mostly cloudy. Some more of those isolated showers, blowing east winds 5 to 15 miles an hour, and overnight low should be about 79. If the sun comes out for work today, expect the heat index to be about 92. That's what it'll feel like. Sunset tonight at 6:38 in the usual spots. I hope it's not as soggy as it was last night, but you just got to get out there and take a chance if you're going to be chasing sunsets tonight. 6:38, hashtag tell the others. It's 7:11 in the morning. That's news and weather together. This is The Point.
Bored at home? Now's the perfect time to get things done. Start that project you've always wanted or finish one. At East West Rental Center, they know you've reached the end of the internet and need to get outside, and they're here to help. Get the right equipment: water blasters, wood chippers, mini backhoes, carpet cleaners, floor buffers, and much more. They're open Monday to Friday from 7 to 5, Saturday from 8 to noon, and closed on Sunday. Call East West Rental Center, 646-1463, or visit them in Upper Dumont.
Have you heard of the newest cookbook of Guam and the Northern Marianas? Guam natives Gerard and Mary Afflequi announced their award-winning cookbook, Chamorro Cuisine, which preserves a Chamorro family legacy, offers reflections of the Marianas and its Chamorro culture, presents hundreds of tasty Chamorro recipes, and much more. This artfully crafted cookbook makes a wonderful keepsake and a unique Chamorro gift for yourself, for friends, and family. So pre-order today on chamorrocuisine.com. That's CHAMORU cuisine.com.
Gotcha. 7:12 in the morning, every once in a while I'll read a Wendy's ad, and every once in a while when I'm reading a Wendy's ad, they'll say, read a Cold Stone ad. The Cold Stone ad is for Mother's Day, but they might still have the fixins. I'm just going to say.
I had one yesterday.
The purple passion, purple taro passion?
Nope, I had
that was, you were raving about that. You were saying that was what you wanted.
Cheesecake.
Huh.
The cheesecake named Desire.
Over at Cold Stone?
Yeah.
How about that? Okay.
The kids got that for me. It was so delightful.
Well, you swing by there and see if they've got some of that, because they're open. Go order coldstone.com on the World Wide Web and make that. Now, if you're thinking about, that's good, we'll do that later, Ray. Thanks. Now, what were you saying about Wendy's? Wendy's with the perfect breakfast baconator there, right? 6 pieces of applewood smoked bacon. And then there's a sausage patty that goes on it. So we're talking about some serious protein right there. Freshly cracked egg, light cheese, all wrapped in a warm bun. So get it in a combo with some hot home-style breakfast potatoes and fresh brewed breakfast or OJ. The better breakfast is at Wendy's. 7:13 in the morning. Portions of the program also brought to you by the guys over at Nanbo. They should be open for business for everything that you need now, but always good idea to make a telephone call before you head out there. 477-9754, or go to nanbo.com. Get the latest on what they're up to now that we are in P-Core 2. It's 7:13.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It's 7:15 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. I see my friend Lizelle Renee is watching the program online this morning. I think that's fantastic. Now she may have inspired me and others, because as I was leaving Tumon after running around yesterday morning, it was like a caravan. It was in the car after car after car, and they all had one thing in common. You know what it was?
Wheels? I don't know.
They were all silver cars with spoilers. No, they all had paddle boards on them.
Oh, paddle boards.
There was yeah. That's a big deal now anymore, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it was surprising. It was like a convoy, if you will, of these cars with paddleboards. Now, two questions. Number one, where'd you get the paddleboards? And number two, where'd you park? Because there's no decent parking in Tumon because they shut down all the parks.
Carry that down to the beach.
Yeah. But more and more people I notice are doing SUP out there, and now part of it might be. Going out there, and it's a good way to get exercise and things like that. But I've got a sneaky suspicion. 6:38 is sunset tonight, right?
Yes.
Almost anywhere that you go to see a sunset, you'll see paddleboarders.
Oh, it's very nice.
Well, I'm just thinking there that it's the paddleboarders that want to be in all of the sunset pictures. They're going, look at me, look at abs. I got abs because I'm paddleboarding, and they just go back and forth while the sun's going down. They're just out there
going down with the current, and then I'll get my board and walk up
every
the shore.
shot. Look at me. There's like 800 people taking sunset pictures on a beach, and I'm in every shot. That's what I think is going on. That's where my head's at. I could be wrong. It might be a lot of people doing it for the actual exercise, but we'll just go with my theory, if you don't mind. 888-8255. Valerie Untalan's online. I have a question. The airline is required to quarantine for 14. And then your question. Sorry, can you repost that question? Because there's a lot of people asking about this. I woke up this morning and I was on the Facebook. Leah Metra is a friend of mine, and she had about lost her mind. She was at the airport to pick somebody up last night. Apparently, there's been a death in the family, and there's people coming in for the funeral arrangements, and went to the airport to go pick them up. And even though they had on them the paperwork, even though they had on them test results, certified negative test results that were within 72 hours, they were still required to go into...
You have to have strong connections to the community or the administration, apparently, and this is how it's been working.
But even if you've got the negative test, I mean, I thought that was the deal. You got a negative test and you can come back in. So I got, there's a buddy of mine in the Philippines, and they've got a state-of-the-art test. It's one of these drive-through things. The guy says, this is it, state-of-the-art, 10-minute test. You get it's a drive-through, and he says, once I take that and Philippine Airlines is flying, I should be able to get home. And I said, don't hold your breath. Yeah. You might still be captured by these guys and put into mandatory quarantine. So that's the case there. And so the question that you're asking, Val, might have to do with that, and the answer is I don't know. I think the rules seem to keep changing.
They apply when they feel like it,
I guess.
And when they don't feel like it, and it's somebody that they are associated with in some way or another.
Somebody on the inside.
Did
you help me fold chairs at the campaign? I don't recall you in the orange shorts. I don't remember you wearing orange and blue, so I don't know. Mers Greeno's online. Cat Phillips Huggins there. Good morning to you. Ismail, Pam, Jane Gomez, Barbie Gahan from over at First Hawaiian's on. Lawrence Valencia is online as well. Pam Duvall says, my tattoo artist son-in-law is able to work now. Oh, really? Did they opened up the tattoo parlors? Because they weren't on the right list that I recall. Well, I'm happy to hear that then. Simon's there. V. Sablon, LG, Ken Leguatnia, Hoffa, Rick Leone, Sonia Limes. Kelly, good morning to you. Rick Tenorio with a general question for discussion. Well, thank you very much. We take requests here. 150-bed field hospital at Nicktams. Has Adelup requested use yet or even expressed any kind of interest? Having that extra 150-bed capacity available would help facilitate moving to P-Core 3. Yeah, I passed by that when they were standing at hospital up there, and I'm driving by the thing going, no one will ever stay in that hospital. Nobody will ever. It's a beautiful place. I mean, as far as these little MASH units go, it's pretty as a picture, and it looks like it has everything they need to, operate a field hospital. But will anybody ever stay there? Doubt it. Keith Toy's there. Good morning, Heather Paris. Lydia Tenorio is online and playing around. So is Alan Kim, Rooster, and out in Vegas. But you want to talk about towns that are just in ruins. Las Vegas, Nevada, where Henry Gonzalez is. How is everybody living out there with empty hotels and no gambling? Dave Duenas, John, and Nonich is online. Tammy from over at the post office. Tammy, I don't know what you did. I got my fingers crossed that today is the day that that the mailman, your guy, is going to show up here with my metal detector. I checked on Saturday morning, and it was in Hawaii. My metal detector was in Hawaii, which means it's getting closer and closer and closer to coming out here.
It'd be sweet if you get it today on your birthday.
Yes, that would be the sweetest. That and my Stitch Fix. It would be awesome if I got both of them today. So thanks very much, Joe Gumatauto, Adita Camarillo, Gwen Timinglu is online, Crystal Schnabel, Yuka Hechinova, who I understand. You know Yuka. She's always taking some kind of a class or something like that. I think she just got, she's finally done with like Super Master, whatever it is in accounting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was Diane told me. I don't know what it is. I think so, yeah. It's a piled higher and deeper, I think, is whatever it is. Whatever is at the top. Yeah, whatever is at the top of the accounting food chain, Yuka is now one of them, and I think they're lucky to have you over at GMH. Jimmy Moylan's there, Jeanette Suzuki. Valerie Bloss is online. I feel like every time I see that name, I feel like I should be flirting or something. Mark Anthony Terlai and so many others. Thanks very much for chiming in this morning, and thanks for the multiple birthday wishes. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning, and Jerry Roberts in the studio. We're going to hear him clearing his voice, which means only one thing. We're getting close to.
Like that one of those?
Oh, yeah. Send me that on the deal. The ocean needs to know about that. That's sweet. It's a ladder on top of Home Depot containers.
But this is about a 15 to 20-foot ladder. There's a time in my life when I could have used one of these. You know what these things retail for?
Oh, what, big ladders like that?
Big numbers. Lots of zeros at the end of it.
You don't even realize until you need something like that ladders are not cheap.
They're not cheap. You know what they used to make? I'm not sure they make them anymore. They used to make one of these fold-up things. Did you ever see those? It was a metal ladder. It was aluminum, whatever it was, but you could fold it. There was lots of little catches on it, but if you had the release points, it would unfold to about 15 feet or something like that. That was actually reasonable at one point, but not anymore.
No, when was the last time you priced a lawnmower?
Oh,
God. That's almost a mortgage payment. The really good ones out there. 21 after the hour, 888-8255. John says, happy birthday, Ray. Get around, or a few for you waiting at sidelines once you are allowed to open. You know, that's the word there that's making me insane here. Allowed, whether we're allowed to open, or they're going to reduce the number of restrictions. You know, I'm sorry. I'm 58 years old now. I think I'm too old to have restrictions placed on me. Don't you think?
I'm too old even to start to think about this stuff anymore. Let's just do business. Do some business.
All right. Well, I'll take a look. Let me see what I got for you and lurking in the information about business. We've got this happening tomorrow. The Guam PTAC is going to be having a free webinar for applying for a DUNS number and registering in SAM. They're doing these things on Zoom. Only 15, whichever is how many that they can take. You're going to get your credentials emailed within 15 minutes. Sign up for those credentials by calling Boris at 488-2151, 488-2151. That's Boris at Guam PTAC, and he'll give you all the details. There's a couple of other things I was playing around with, including this, and might be riff-worthy material with Jerry Roberts in a second. Was that the one? Okay. Here is. Wait a second. Let me look at the numbers. I've got distractionitis here. I've got some really, really cool pictures coming in on my Facebook. One of them is actually a picture of me. And there's nothing wrong with that. Dow Jones Industrial Average 24,331. They picked up almost 500 points yesterday, 455 points, rounding up seriously. And the Nasdaq is in the green by 141. They closed at 91.21. S&P 500 at 29.29 and picked up 48 points. Why did they do all of that? Why is the numbers up? Primarily because they were looking at some of the unemployment numbers and said it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. It's millions of people without work, but we thought it was going to be many millions more. And then there's the idea that maybe this is going to not turn into a Great Depression after all.
That would be nice.
Well, that's what they were talking about in the Fox News, is some of the numbers and green shoot industries that might be coming back a little bit faster than they thought they were going to. With the airline industry, guys, that's the one that we got to concentrate on. FTSE at up by 82 points, and Nikkei at up 504 points, 20,179. They need a whole bunch more to get back to where they were in January. Hang Seng at 249 points in the green at 24.23, and the Shanghai up by 23 points or something like that. Nothing major there. I am going to need the Bitcoin number. I did get a note from one of our Bitcoin pals on Facebook that were saying that it looks like it is shedding value before it gets to the halvenings. It was off by like 10% yesterday, and I think as we get closer, it's going to be shedding more of the value before they get to whatever magical thing that they're going to be doing that you tried to explain to me that I still don't understand.
Well,
I still don't get it.
It's at 8,697 today.
8,697. So I couldn't even tell you.
9,000 last week.
Was it? Okay, so right around 10% or something like that. But let me read just a little bit of the conversation between Gus and I on all of the. Was it Gus? No, I think it was the Rudy. And Rudy says, I wonder how much it will crash tomorrow, and then the halving on Tuesday. It always does this, then it shoots up next year. It should surpass, this is what they're saying now, it should surpass 20,000 by next year. You just have to get a stable coin and buy in before the rise in price. Stable coins are coins that hold a dollar value no matter what. Just wait till it goes to its lowest point, then invest. Okay, that's the tricky part right there, isn't it? How am I supposed to know where the bottom is on anything?
You should know.
You should just know.
Yes.
You're a Catholic boy. You were raised by nuns. Why don't you know when you've hit the bottom of a market on Bitcoin or
stocks or anything else?
Exactly. You just gotta.
This is no problem to know the bottom of the market. No problem.
Yeah. So I don't know, Rudy. I love you, buddy, but it's just one of those things. I have this much sense that God gave horses. Right? Is you don't throw money at something you don't understand, and I don't understand Bitcoin. It's been around for 3-4 years. And you'd figure by now I'd get some kind of aptitude on it, right? But every time it's a black hole. Every time I look at it, I just
been around for 12 years.
Has it? See, there. Exactly. There is the point.
11 or 12.
All right, what have I got? Shepard's on the line, wants to talk about being a Packstar survivor. You know what? Can you hold on for a couple of minutes? Let me take care of some of the formatic stuff here, Shep, and we'll get around to talking about your experiences there on the 19th floor. It's 7:26 now. Jerry Roberts in the studio. Can I just put this up on the screen? I don't know if you were still listening. We got a call from a lady named Sterling late in the program, and she was talking about doing a food drive for animals.
That's not a good looking dog, by the way.
That's a pig. It's a pig.
Well, that's
it's
why.
an actual pig. So got into the conversation, and I knew what she was calling about, but I wanted to know a little bit more about her, find out what kind of animal she had in the house. And she's, well, I got a cat. Nothing unusual. I got a dog, and I got a pig. And it's not like one of those little Vietnamese pot-belly pigs, and they're going to be small and cute like this forever.
This is going to be a big pig.
This is they found it outside. This is going to turn into Big Birdie Balaku.
It's going to be a village wandering pig.
Can you imagine? Yeah, but it'll be trained. It'll be a domesticated pig.
Sure will.
Yeah. So I it got me thinking about the craziest kind of pets you grew up with. I mean, we had when Mana was a little baby, we had a minor bird, which was about the craziest animal that we had in the house. Did you have anything strange growing up?
Nothing like that.
No. I already asked real Joe Cruz. Closest thing I remember.
Get in the duck.
Get in the car, right?
The duck was
well, you had a duck. Yeah, that was
the worst pet ever. It's so filthy, dirty.
It's we had turtles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did I tell you the story about the turtle your brother had, Dave? We went to the pet store, got some turtles, and he says, I don't like this turtle, I don't like it. And went to the pet store, got another one, and I don't like it. And so finally we took Dave to the pet store and said, okay, well, you pick out the turtle. And he says, he picked out the turtle, and he went, vroom, vroom, vroom. I don't like this one either. So we got him a dog. It's 7:28 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the studio. Must be time for the extra point. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services. And the entire time while I'm talking to Sterling, I'm trying not to ask questions about, are you going to eat it? Or in my head jokes about eating her pig. Now, time for Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point, brought to you by Guahana Insurance Services and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
If you ever wondered what real importance your job has, I've got the answer. Today, a dose of employment reality. Next on the Extra Point.
With 50 years of experience on Guam, you can count on us during times like this. You, our customers, are the priority, and we want to assure you that our bankers are there for you. Our call centers are available, and our online services are functioning efficiently. We also want you to have the confidence that you can bank with us virtually anytime, anywhere. If you would like to enroll for online and mobile banking, go to fhb.com/enroll. At First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Member FDIC.
As COVID-19 spreads and is now officially a pandemic, Guahan Insurance Services is taking additional safety measures. We are continuing to service your needs, and we are here for you online and by phone. Our location is temporarily closed to the public. Please call 475-1162 for immediate assistance. For more information, please visit our website at guahaninsurance.com. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation as we get through this together.
How important is your job? I've asked that question a lot over the years, and too often I get a response that starts out with, I'm just and then you can fill in the blank, adding in what the individual does and more or less downplaying the importance. Now look, modesty has its place, and generally I have no problem with that. However, times are different now. The value of a job has changed, and our view needs to change as well. We began talking about this on Friday, and I think it's necessary to follow up. If you've been working since the pandemic began, or have just gone back to your job, or will soon do that, your position has just taken on an extra level of importance because the world is different, your employer is different, coworkers are different, and your customers are different. The buildings are the same, and the details of what you do every day may seem the same, but the people have changed. Expectations may have been altered. The level of patience may not be equal to what it was before. We might have buyers focus more intently on details than ever before. Therefore, we also have to be concerned more with details and our own patience. But there's more, and it has to do with why your job is important right now. As we begin to reopen Guam's economy, everything you do either makes your employer stronger or weaker. This has never been more critical than now. If you're a big picture person, that means what you do makes Guam stronger or weaker. A stronger and safer Guam is more attractive to potential visitors. Thus, you don't have to be directly employed in the tourism industry in order to influence its success. Back to something I mentioned the other day. If you are involved in the effort to clean and sanitize your place of business, or you supervise people who do, then please listen carefully. There is no more important work than what you do. So as mentioned before, if you've ever said to someone, I'm just a custodian, just a janitor, just the cleanup person, then you've got a revelation coming. Now you're a key member of the team to make your workplace safe for workers and customers alike. If you took that to heart, would it add value to your position? If you're the supervisor of that team, does it change how you view each member? If you see each member as being a key component in your employer's effort to keep people healthy and reduce the possibility of infection coming into your place of business, would you talk to them any differently? Would you treat them any differently? In truth, everybody is a member of the cleaning and sanitation team, or should be. It's going to take all of us to get this job done. In my column in the Guam Daily Post tomorrow, I dig into this a little bit further. Do a great job today and know why it matters. If you have kids, tell them. They don't always see the whole picture. Help them understand. That's the Extra Point. Stay home and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right, thanks very much, Jerry. I appreciate that. I'll be looking forward to reading about that tomorrow morning as I make my way through the Tuesday version of the Guam Daily Post. That helps us get double the Jerry Roberts to you. You got Tim on the radio, and then you get him in print.
Yeah, tomorrow we take a look at the results of a city in Texas. The initial results, someone took a little survey about how businesses reacted to the opening, and the results are pretty interesting. That's tomorrow.
That will be interesting. We're still trying to come to terms with how things opened, how it felt yesterday, what the new for now normal is in the retail world, and I completely avoided that yesterday. I figured it was going to be somewhat crazy, and so I looped myself out of that particular deal. I'll try to get some of that in today as I start cruising around and seeing whose parking lots are full again. 7:33 in the morning. Now I was talking about the unique phenomenon. I like that word. Phenomenon of stand-up paddle boarders that are out there, and let me see if I can get this up on the screen. As I said. This is, and some of this is halfway serious. It is possible that people are taken to stand-up paddling boards, not just because of the great exercise and, you know, the intestinal fortitude that it must have. These people have got great abs, by the way. But also because, hey, I get to be in every sunset shot there is. Oh, look at that. And somebody, sure enough, I actually had this. I did not ask for this. This was already in the queue here on our WhatsApp page. Somebody already sent me a picture of a beautiful sunset, and look, right in the middle of it, stand-up paddleboarder. Right?
Sweet.
See,
yes.
that's what I'm saying. Are there more of them? As a matter of fact, there are more of them. Hold on. I got this one here from I think this one came from Lizelle. It's sunset. It's a beautiful sunset. Stand-up paddleboarder in the actual shot. In the actual shot. Now, did you do that on purpose? Did you want it to be a stand-up paddleboarder, or were they just in the shot, lurking around, going back and forth because they knew that there were 100 photographers on the beach? And then my buddy Bill sent me this one here. Let me see if I can get this on the screen, because I think this is another example. It's a stand-up paddleboard. She apparently fell off. She was
that is a beautiful shot.
Stand-up paddleboarding, and I guess she was in the water, and she fall down in the thing.
That's a Serena shot.
A beautiful Serena shot. I don't know what happened to the stand-up paddleboard. It was there. It's not there. She's the stand-up paddleboard. Go to jail. So there we are, 7:35 in the mornings, and what have I got? Get the guy from PIC or Pacstar or something on the line. We'll get to him, but we got to jump into headlines first. With news now from the Guam Daily Post, being brought to you by Auntie Loli Kamet at Remax Diamond Realty. Call her for your real estate needs. Their shop's open again, 688-6743. That's 688-6743 for Auntie Loli. You can also find my buddy Al at GPSI Guam. Give them a jingle, 477-305. And so you go with the PTAC guys, find out everything you need to do business with the federal government. Then you call Al, and Al will make it so that you and another company can do business with the federal government, levering both of your incredible skills. It's 7:35. Here's that news I was telling you about.
The Department of Labor expects to receive some $276 million for unemployment. This is the first increment that they'll receive to cover the pandemic, unemployment assistance, and federal pandemic unemployment compensation programs. They received word of that funding over the weekend. A couple of virtual hearings scheduled for the legislature today at 9 this morning. The Committee on Labor will hold an informational briefing with the Department of Labor. They'll be we're doing that via Zoom, looking at the plans to dole out the unemployment benefits to residents affected by this pandemic. And then this afternoon, a public hearing on a couple of bills that were recently introduced. One of those is Bill 255 that would allow for GovGuam subscribers to have a choice when picking an insurance company to cover their insurance plan. Another bill, 328, that authorizes leave for first responders. The hearing on Zoom will be at 1 p.m. And Guam is in pandemic condition of readiness, too, and already a number of businesses opened their doors this weekend. Lines piling up at some shopping places yesterday. Those allowed to open include hair and nail salons, restaurants, photography places, and malls. You'll be required to wear a mask and social distance. Many government services will open as well. And those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, you can pick up a copy of the paper or log on to their website at postguam.com.
There's an optimal salary for making people happy. An optimal salary number. Study Purdue suggests that there may be a perfect salary for achieving personal fulfillment. The idea was to figure out which salary range adults were best able to happily manage their work-life balance. Putting a number on that sort of thing is difficult, but the researchers managed the trick nonetheless. The study concluded that happiness will cost you how much a year, Mana?
$75,000.
That number is too low.
100,000.
That number is too high. Mr. Roberts, how much would you say that number is?
110.
110. If 100 was too high, then 110 is good.
85.
Oh, I'm sorry. He said 100.
Well, I didn't have my headphones on.
Oh, sorry.
Because I was originally going to say 90.
What's that?
I was originally going to say 90.
Originally 90?
But you were so emphatic about her 75.
The study concluded that happiness will cost you, managers, you can start doing this with your employees today, $95,000.
I'm down.
About $95,000 a year. And
Sold.
Yeah, so you're going, all right, that feels like a
times
decent enough salary number.
I'll take the job.
All four of us together are still wondering if we're making that kind of dough here.
Part-time salary?
Is that part-time? Man,
Because I still
$95,000, I still got to be on
I
food
still want to
stamps.
get off at 8:30 in the morning.
We'll work on that. It's 7:38 in the morning, and that's iConnect time. Get down to iConnect. Apparently, they're doing land sale business over at the iConnect shop in the Micronesia Mall, so that might be where you are going to get your iConnect gizmos taken care of. Although the main office here has got a door as well that has been opened recently. 888-8888. Give them a call, and they'll tell you where's the best place and when the best time is to come in and take care of your telecommunication needs.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Cammett of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Cammett from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning, the Ray Gibson Show. And listen, as I mentioned this earlier, but if your business is open today, whether you're an advertiser, whether we've got a contractor or not here, give me a call, 888-8255. Tell me about your business. Tell me what it is that you're doing there. I'd love to welcome you back into the world of the living, back into P-Core too. So like I said, if today you're going back into business, give me a call and let's talk about it on the radio. But KFC knows how important social distancing is. I'm not going to read this commercial. You know why? Because I want to tell you about my adventures on was it Friday? It's Friday or Saturday? I don't know. One of those nights. One of those nights. And I was someplace and I said, you know what I want for dinner tonight? I want KFC. And I got to the drive-thru and it was one of those magical things where I'm looking and it was a bang right there in front of me. 5-piece meal, right? Red rice, coleslaw. And maybe I'll get some of those little chicken tenders on the side, and that was it, man. It was absolutely perfect. Make it through the drive-through. Lady in the front, she's got this little plastic box for me to put my credit card in. Just sweet, sweet, sweet. One of the great contactless ways that they're doing that. And if you don't want to go through the drive-through, then just call them up and they'll drop it off someplace close to you. And you put money in an envelope, and then you're good to go. Make the phone call 300-FAST for KFC's delivery service. The Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title and APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home.
As we stand up to coronavirus by standing back with social distancing, Bank Pacific reminds you that you can come to the bank without going to the bank. Use many of our other delivery platforms like online banking at bankpacific.com, accessing cash at our ATMs, shopping with our debit cards. For businesses, we have secure cash and check drop windows, and we are employing a new smarter mobile app with remote deposit capture in the next few weeks. We're all in this together, and together we will win. Bank Pacific. Brothers but branches, we place roots. Member FDIC.
Traffic Gizmo time. Just looking at some of the brilliance that's online right now with a lot of the Facebook viewers. Thanks, Rick. I appreciate the questions. Rick Castro online as well. But first, let me take a look at what's happening with the Traffic Gizmo. Give you an idea of what's so traffic down Big Navy actually clearing up right now as you're making your way out of the area into the area. Well, different story. Maybe a little bit of traffic over by the construction over in Polaris Point. Let me see. Navy Hospital running a little bit busy this morning, but not crazy. Don't see too much else going on. Just some intersection traffic at some of the places. It's P-Core 2. Some of you are going back to work, but it still doesn't look like we're crazy traffic yet this morning. 7:42. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Subway is still serving the subs you love. Delicious subs made fresh and easy to get for takeout. And now with their family takeout special, get a free footlong when you buy 2. Visit any of their convenient locations today. Subway, make it what you want.
Dig. Is that Dave on too? I'll get to him in just a second. But Shepard's been crazy holding on here. Wants to talk about testing and getting into the Pac Star whether you want to or not. Good morning, Shepard.
Good morning. How you doing? The Ray Gibson Show, Ground Zero for truth and knowledge. And I was hoping to add a little bit to the local knowledge.
Please.
Good morning.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, I spent 14 days, and I wanted to say that while I was in the Pacific Star, I arranged for a local doctor to give me a COVID-19 test, an office that is authorized to give tests, acceptable by Guam.
Yeah.
But the day I was supposed to get the test, I was talking with DPHSS, and they said, don't bother. Even with a negative test, you cannot get out. And so I wanted to pass that along.
That sounds counterintuitive, doesn't it?
Very much so, because if I would have had the same test at the airport, you don't go, supposedly, but if you get it while you're in there, and oh, by the way, the only reason you're allowed to leave your room is for a medical appointment. And the most ironic thing of all, the reason I was in there, because I went to Hawaii for a medical appointment, came back the next day and found myself in the Pacific Star. Anyways, and so...
Did you tell them that you voted for Lou? Did you tell them? They said, I don't know, I voted for Lou. I should, here's my test results, let me go.
Well, I could have volunteered to move some of those chairs around at the next fiesta. But the last thing I wanted to say was, I guess it comes down to who's essential and who's not. But I guess it's who you ask, because if you ask my wife and kids, they tell you I'm very essential.
Do you get that answer every day?
Oh, yes, every day. And oh, by the way, every day is Mother's Day at my house.
That's
so
it.
it must be a big deal that I had to miss that.
I'm sorry to hear about that. So are you out now, Shepard?
Yes, I'm out and about. I got out last night. And before I hang up, I do want to say that the people there do a fine job of attending to the folks who are in there. You need anything, you pick up a phone, and they're good folks. But
Shepard, they make $120,000 a year at cabinet-level jobs. These are not regular housekeeping people. The folks that they put in charge of the Pacific Star are director-level employees of the government of Guam.
Oh, my. If I would have known that, I would not have left a tip.
Yeah, listen, I'm down to quarter inch on a toilet roll. I'm going to need another one of these. Can you get me some new towels here? I've used all of the towels in the first night. I need some new ones. So that would have been where I'd have taken that. Shep, I'm glad that you're out. Thanks for calling, and we'll talk some more. We'll talk some more.
Yeah, bye now.
All right, buddy. 888-8255. It's the annoying. It's the I don't know, right? It's the I don't know. Like I said, my friend Leah's got somebody come in last night, did everything they told him to do, got the test, right? And said, look, I'm a negative. I took the test within 72 hours, got on the airplane, here I am, show up at the airport, and here's the test, I'm negative. And they said, no, you're going to Pac-Star jail. You just for whatever reason, and it's still unknown what's going on there. But it's not the first time that we'd heard of that, where got people that came in with exactly the right paperwork that they were told to carry in on 311. When they get to the airport, turns out the information they got from 311 was incorrect. Right to jail. Directly to jail. Anyway, 6:46 in the morning, 888-8255. We'll get around to talking about that. Dave Del Sola is on the line, and Dave we're all very, very excited about this. Got word that there is now $276 million that is flowing to the system to go and stand up the PUCs. Is it PUCs? No, it's the PUAs and the FPUCs, right, Dave?
You got it.
Okay.
I was very happy to get on that phone call on Saturday.
Well, tell me all about it here, because it seems to me that we're just a little bit out of order, or is this the way you intended it to be? Because we've got two modules in place now on IRGuam.com. Then there is funding. Now we just need that one last employee module so that we can do the dual verification and start with the benefits.
Well, to be honest with you, there was no order. The whole thing is so new, and everything has just been standing up and getting it on the fly. Every week I seem to learn something new about what I have to implement. The last PSA that we just developed on the earning disregard was a new thing that we're going to have to try to fold into the system. So this is, and even to be fair, USDOL is also standing this all up. So we're all standing up. We're all working as quickly as we can. And last week when I called and talked to USDOL and explicitly told them that, you know, our island has suffered enough. You need to stand this thing up. My governor is relaying to me to tell to you that enough is enough. We need to get this program going. And long story short, they heard the plea. And then the next thing I know, 3-4 days later on Saturday, they did 3 processes all at once. They got our feedback on the implementation plan, and they said that the plan was very good and well written and was acceptable to move the program forward. And then any shortfalls in the plan, as we stand up, we have 90 days to fill that out. And if we agree to that, then they will start processing money, and it should be coming next week or this week. Sorry.
And so the money's there, but we still don't have the mechanism yet to do the dual verification and start moving the benefits out. So for that, we look at your software, guys. How long do you think it's going to take them to get that done?
You have to understand this whole process, this whole program is based on online application. So this is the whole crutch. And I need to get it as well working and as good as possible. And, you know, because once I turn that thing on, there's no turning back. So we are vetting it every day, going through the paces line by line and trying to cut what is not necessary, trying to see what shortfalls there are so that it can be programmed. And then we have to wait a day or two as they reprogram, get those changes in, and then we re-vet it and go through the system over again.
Do you have the what I call a sandbox module in place? So you're playing around with it now for employees?
Yes, we have a working model. I forgot the term that they call it, but basically it's a working model, and is what they do. So even though we're working on a model, there's still open tickets on it that still need to be turned on and changes. But we're both doing it on the fly. I'll say it again. This vendor said we're standing up a system in a month and a half that usually takes 12 to 18 months to do, and we're doing our best. It's not going to be a perfect system, Ray, but it's going to be a system in a month and a half that's going to be up and running, and it'll do what it needs to do. And it's a very powerful program, and you know, I'm just so happy that at least one of the boxes are checked, and that the money's coming, and I can start turning my attention to the 8 other things that I need to do.
I got a couple of comments here. Question from a listener: has the software glitch on the most recent module been fixed? There were printing issues.
Yes, that was fixed very quickly, and like I said, that is, and that's why initially when this program goes live, and yes, like I said, it is fixed, and those little glitches that we get, we're monitoring it and fixing it on the fly. And I assume that's what's going to happen with this software.
Yeah, no, that happens all the time. The little easy things to fix, and overnight somebody will send in a new widget for the database, and everything will be resolved. Jeff Pleadwell with a good idea, because the Post has got a story on how much this is costing the Department of Labor to put together. It might be a good idea to bring in a computer systems expert from the Home Office to be here on the ground and oversee the program for a while.
Well,
I mean, it's the 19th floor, Pack Star, bro.
It would be if there was any system here, but this is all online, and the system is a cloud-based. So it's all in the States. It's all online, and that's the way it is. So the good news is there's no computer here to crash. Everything is up in the cloud, and there's a zillion different redundancies. And if you know anything about cloud computing, you're right. You find a glitch. You find a glitch in the software, something in the matrix. You go into the code and you make the fix, and then bang, everything is fixed simultaneously across all the platforms. But now, okay, if we're talking about something like that and cloud computing, has the guy talked to you about API calls, and is there a
a handheld version that an employee might be able to have so that they can put in their information, press the button.
You can do this on your cell phone, your iPad, your computer, any kind of device that can get on, well, any reasonable device. Android, Apple, iPads, ThinkPads, I don't know all these damn pads, but everything that you can, it'll accept it.
Rick Tenorio saying, Dave, like he knows you, need to have the programmers to add a module to allow text, CSV, which is comma-separated values, or .dbf file uploads so the employers can upload their HR extracts of their employees. All the employers need to do is what data fields are needed and the format of those fields. And you're right. I got our accounting software should be able to push out just the data that you need in CSV format.
My official answer is yes.
Nice.
I have no idea what the hell he said.
Oh, all right. Well, but be careful with the yes, because what it means is we take we'll take our software, that our regular accounting software, and instead of manually putting all the information into the higher Guam, we would just upload the DBF or a text or a comma separate, a CSV comma separate. Have you never exported anything from Excel and DBFs?
It just doesn't work that way in Netflix or anything else like that. It's a manual application, and you have to. It is screen based, so you populate. So I don't know if I'm answering the question or I'm making myself step in something worse.
Yeah, but the problem for my company, that's not a big deal. I got a dozen guys, and I've got Renee and his team. But all of a sudden you get into these larger companies. We 100, 200, 300 employees.
But the difficulty of that is that as your answer, everybody's unique, and as they change their answers or check a box, a different tree opens up that they have to check.
All right, I see what you're saying is now the employee's information as they go from one screen to another has to match the employer screens.
Then you have slightly two different apps, one for self-employed and one for a regular employee.
Correct.
So it's so dynamic in when you put in that even we try to develop an app, and what we're going to try to do, this is my next deliverable, is try to get out a pre-application, not an application, but a pre-application. Our first attempt at an app was 14 pages, and it's just way too much.
Yep.
And so we're trying to get it down to critical fields so that you can organize your information and have it ready so that when you go online or go inline processing or whatever you're going to do, that you have the information in front of you, and all you need to do is answer the questions off the top of your head, and you should be able to complete an online. So this is the critical point, Ray, that we're going to shift the message towards, and that is this is an online application. I'm calling out, as I did in GVB presentation, all businesses, hotels, restaurants that have computers and online to take care of your employees. And once you take care of your employees, if you can even extend your hand out to their families. When you have almost 40,000 people applying, there's just no way I'm going to be able to handle doing that at a processing center. So even individuals like yourself, when you go online, Ray, and you're able to do it successfully, reach out to your family, reach out to your brothers, your cousins, who you know that may not have a computer. And once you do it, you can help them to do it. And I'm telling you, once you do it online and everything is done and accepted, and you put in the electronic, if you have banking, put that in there. That is the quickest way you're going to get approved and the quickest way that you're going to get the money.
All right.
That's the way that we handle this.
Ina online. Ray, is the Labor Department office open starting today? Lots of questions about unemployment benefits and who really qualifies. There is in the media the suggestion that you guys are open, but only for employees, not for office visits and things like that. Also, can taxi drivers and tour guides, can they apply under individual business license owners?
That's a great question. The taxi drivers and all them, yes, they're like gig workers, and they are under the self-employed part of the application.
All right, so you would apply for benefits there.
Employer, they just apply as a regular claimant. And today I called in all administrators to come in and to evaluate and redesign their offices to fit as many employees. So today we're kind of open, but not. And we're going to be stood up this week because we need to make sure that the office and the people that are sitting in there are separated properly.
Yeah.
So we're going to rearrange the furniture to fit as many employees in there. And then once, hopefully by today, they're going to start calling in essential employees that they need to operate. And if we can't fit in all the employees, then they'll do it on a rotational basis. And the phone lines will be up and running, and we will starting to see clients or whoever needs to see on a limited basis. We hope that you can call and make an appointment so that way that we don't have any lines or people because
I'm feeling stressed already just hearing it. Go online as much as you can with DOL. Courtwall says, I spent many hours to get in, but get into the program, but it wouldn't let me in. Are you having issues with access? Is the cloud throttling visitors?
I don't know what is. I guess he's an employer and he's trying to register. Is that what he's saying?
You know what? I'm not sure. Well, do me a favor. Send me a Facebook message. Tell me what it is that you're trying to do. Give me a phone number, and I'll forward that to Dave, and Dave might be able to get somebody to help you out. I actually had a couple more questions about going through this program, and when.
Glad to answer them all.
Well, I mean, it's a question. Go ahead. We're not going to miss anything from Sunday on Fox News. So let me stay with Dave. Well, I'm going to delete the Fox News here at the top of the hour so you and I can continue to talk and I can continue to get guys on Facebook. So here's the deal. So when the program eventually goes into place, we've got the money, and the first guy is going to be able to go in as an employee, put in his data. It will match up with what happened at company XYZ, and then the clock starts ticking then on the effective period, if you will, of these payments, right? Is that when is the start? When is the start date on all of this? So I mean, some of these benefits are only going to last you 39 weeks. Some of them are going to last longer. What?
The start date is the date that you were affected. So if you were laid off or furloughed on the 20th of March, then that's when the first day of your assistance will start, and that will be the first day of your 39 weeks.
So it will be based on the employee's individual date, not some grand. Yes. Dave Del Sola says on Ray Gibson's birthday it will begin and it will end 39 weeks later, right? So
happy birthday, right?
Well, you're very welcome. I thought you knew. You didn't get the memo.
Yes, I knew. I just was so tied up with $276 million in my head that
Hannah should have told you. But anyway, so it's the start date is when
you're affected.
Okay, and it will go from 39 weeks from there. All of this is retroactive, so I will be able to get the benefits starting that date, whether it's March 25th or May the 11th.
This first check is going to be huge.
Wow.
Don't lie. And if you and I foresee like somebody in the hotel businesses and stuff like that, they could theoretically run the whole 39 weeks. And if you effectively and every week submitted your verification that you're willing and able to work and that you are trying to work and you were still unemployed and you ran the whole 24 weeks, 39 weeks.
Yeah.
You know what kind of dollar figure we're talking about here, Ray?
Oh, I did the math once upon a time. It's I'm trying to figure out what it would be. About $25,000, $25,000.
Yeah, close to $25,000. So these are huge numbers, and that's why I'm trying my best to get it right out of the gate. And I know it's there's so many moving parts, but I'm doing this, and I am going to turn on this system, and we're going to turn it on first online and try to, that way we can get the feedback of all the users that are trying to go online and are applying and make any adjustments that we can. And when that goes on, we're going to start training personnel and stand up the processing center. And then we'll start with taking applications, call-ins, and all that stuff.
Who's
So
where will
everything
the
is
checks
going
come
in
from?
parallel.
And will they have the governor's name on them?
The checks, well, we're trying. We're in the middle of a procurement and taking in for a vendor to be able to cut the checks, and so it'll go from DOA to whatever vendor is awarded to cut the checks. I can't give it to DOA to cut like 30,000 checks or EFTs while they're also could be doing other federal programs and maintaining. It's just too huge of a volume. That's going to be done biweekly.
All right. Well, I imagine that they'll be looking for some kind of banking services. I'm sure that the community will look forward to opportunities to work with the Department of Labor to move that massive number of dollars and the mail into the mail. Carlos Barreto with an interesting question, and there's a lot of us that are asking this question. Many people applied for the PPPs, got the PPPs, but of course that's finite time. That only buys us time for the economy to recover enough so it will be able to keep people in our staff. It is possible, I believe very likely, that I've got 8 weeks worth of PPP, but it's going to take us 12 weeks, 14, 16 weeks worth of this crisis that's still ahead of us. And at that point, it is possible that we may have to release employees because they're not going to be covered anymore by the regular economy or the PPPs. At which point is that when they go to you for unemployment, and will that program still exist for them?
It'll exist all the way up to December 31st. And yes, to an employee, they're getting an income, whether it comes from the business out of profits or through PPP or through the owner's own pockets. To the employee, it doesn't matter. It's an income check. And the time that they stop getting that income check or they get a reduced check, then that's when they can start applying for my program. And you can apply, start my program, and then 2-3 weeks later work a week and not be applied, but then the next week be requalified because there's not work again. So it can go up and down as needed.
Gotcha. Now, with regard to employees, now say it's today, 22nd of April. I took some personnel actions and reduced hours, reduced income. All right. So from that point, I've got employees now that can go to you, regardless of the fact that I've got the PPPs. Right.
That's right.
Okay,
like I said,
so even if I've got the PPPs and we've made these decisions, there was still an employee action, and they are may be eligible for benefits they'd still be able to get paid through me, lower wages, lower hours, but because an action had been taken from them or that affected their hours, they'd still be able to apply for the PUCs or the PUAs.
Yes.
Okay.
You have to at least remember with the reduced hours. I shared with you that PSA on the earning disregard.
I'm going to play it.
So you can work up and get paid up to $494 a week, and then you would, if with the $150 earning disregard, which you would subtract, that would give you a net income, weekly income of $344. Thus giving you $1 of the PUA amount.
Right.
And if you get $1 of the PUA amount,
plus
you can get the $600, the FPUC amount, which is the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation. That is an added benefit, and it says you must make at least $1 of PUA to get that $600.
Everybody will be working the mathematics in those points. I guess the question is, there's a lot of employers that realize that we're in this situation where the PPPs are nice, but it ain't going to last long enough. And frankly, all it buys us here is time. And the way things are looking now, I don't know the kind of conversations that you have with your front office, but it just feels like this agony is going to be extended for through the summer. It's got that feel, and I'm not seeing the airplanes coming back yet, and we still haven't lifted any quarantines. A couple of last things before I let you go. I noticed a couple of public notices here. Workforce Development Board has got the draft plan for the 2020-2023 combined state plan. You can see that at the Department of Labor's website today. Anything interesting?
Yes. There's just every 5 years we got to turn in a state plan, and of course it just happens to hit right in the middle of a pandemic, so that's another parallel piece of work that we have to do, and along with the myriad of other things. So, yes, it's been finalized, and we want to get it up, but it has to be public notice and then voted by our board so that we can officially submit it in. Just doing some more apprenticeships and doing more things that we were doing before this whole thing hit us.
All right, and tomorrow, hopefully more good news for the legislature. Zoom conference between you, Regine Biscoli, others over at the legislature.
Today.
Oh, I'm sorry, today at 9 o'clock. Oh, you better get ready for it. Call me here.
Yeah, Director Cho is going to take care of that. I need
that's
to get
right.
this program up and running.
Gotcha. That's right. Okay, so she's going to be the pretty girl in the Zoom. All right, so at 9 o'clock this morning, for those of you that are interested in that. Dave, I appreciate your time and I appreciate the good news. $276 million in the bank now, just waiting for some of the science to get done on the computers, and then we'll be back in. There is one last question. What if we hire him back? Will they still get the benefit? I think he answered that question, and it's no. Rosho is asking, for self-employed, is there a different website to apply for the benefits?
No, it's gonna be one application, and when you start to fill out that application online, one of the first boxes will say, "Are you self-employed?" And when you tick that box, a different screen will populate for you to start filling in.
All right, so go to Rosho, go to hireguam.com on the World Wide Web, and they'll take care of everything.
I do want to say one thing, and those who are going to applying online or who may have access to somebody that can help you apply online, get your docs in electronic form, and go get it scanned, go get it something so you can put it on the thumb drive, so that way when you apply, you can, at the end of the application, you can just upload all your supporting documents, and that will ensure that you have a quick and easy application process.
Will do. Dave, I again appreciate your time. We're late for news. I'm going to get to Mana in a second. I'll talk to you.
Thank you. Anytime, my friend. And happy birthday again.
Hey, there you go. That's what I'm waiting for. That's all I wanted. Just 10 minutes with him to finally get around to wishing me a happy birthday. And Prudential Meno with a good point. Once Asian countries ease up their travel restrictions, it's imperative GVB pounce on pent-up residents to get them out here and come to Guam. Look, there's places that are flying airplanes. Philippine Airlines wants to get back in the air. Korean Air wants desperately to get back into the air. And I'm sure that once they start looking around saying, okay, this destination here doesn't have any ridiculous, mandatory 14-day quarantines like we do around here. I think there's going to be a fast and easy and efficient and correct way to bring in plane loads of people, some of whom, one or two of whom, might be risky. And we just need to learn how to get those guys either into quarantine or back on an airplane someplace else. That's got to be the trick of it. But we have got to start identifying airlines that can fly back into Guam and start putting people back into the hotels, even if it's just little tiny numbers. 8:10 in the morning, and Joe wants me to throw to the break before I throw to news, right? All right, Mana's got your big newscast coming up next.
With 50 years of experience on Guam, you can count on us during times like this. You, our customers, are the priority, and we want to assure you that our bankers are there for you. Our call centers are available, and our online services are functioning efficiently. We also want you to have the confidence that you can bank with us virtually anytime, anywhere. If you would like to enroll for online and mobile banking, go to fhb.com/enroll. At First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Member FDIC.
Afterday, this is Carl from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future. Whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community, our dedicated team in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Enjoy Chili's at home. Let them do the cooking for you. They're open to satisfy your craving for their delicious burgers, tacos, and ribs, or feed the whole family with a variety of all-in-one platter offerings. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Curbside, pickup, or delivery. Plus, receive a 20% discount on all regular to-go orders. Call them at 648-7377. WhatsApp them at 929-7376 or delivery with Good to Go. Visit Chili's Guam on Facebook or Instagram for more info. Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
Off a day, it's 8:12. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news from the Guam Daily Post. $276 million has been approved for the Guam Department of Labor to begin releasing funds to displaced workers. GovGuam expecting the funds this week. Labor Director Dave De La Sola says they're working to stand up the program, but this weekend received word that the initial increment of funds is coming, and that will cover the pandemic unemployment assistance and federal pandemic unemployment compensation programs. The federal agency intends to provide Guam funding for the two programs in increments. De La Sola says as funding is expended, the federal government will provide additional increments to ensure benefits can be paid. Applications are expected to be available in the next couple of weeks, and the official start of the program and dissemination of checks will follow. DOL will implement the online application first, and they will finalize that shortly. The program will also include telephone and appointment-based options. Meanwhile, Labor continues to encourage employers and businesses to register on HireGuam.com, which will allow them to input data on employees affected by the COVID pandemic. A couple of virtual hearings scheduled for this morning at the Guam Legislature at 9 o'clock. The Committee on Labor will hold an informational briefing with the Department of Labor, and that will be via Zoom, looking at plans to dole out the unemployment benefits to residents affected by the pandemic. Then this afternoon, a public hearing on a couple of bills that were recently introduced. One of those is Bill 255 that will allow for GovGuam subscribers to have a choice when picking their insurance coverage. Another bill, 328, authorizes leave for first responders. That hearing on Zoom will be at 1 p.m. The Public Health Department's lab was closed for Mother's Day, so no tests were provided yesterday, but the tests that were taken on Saturday all came back negative. Guam's still at 151 total COVID-19 cases. 124 people said to have recovered, and 5 people died as a result of the coronavirus. More news after this.
You know, these days even the Colonel stays at home. But when I get a hankering for some good old KFC fried chicken, red rice, and mashed potatoes, all I have to do is sing this ditty. Call 300-FAST to get your KFC delivery. Woohoo! One more time. Call 300-FAST to get your KFC delivery. Stay safe. Call 300-3278. KFC. It's finger licking good.
The line started building yesterday at some of the retail outlets that were opened this weekend, and as many shopping centers will open for the first time today, it'll be much of the same. Some changes were already notable yesterday, such as mandatory temperature checks at the entry places, required masks by all patrons, and even hand sanitizers being sprayed at the entry points. This as shoppers were also urged to maintain social distancing rules. Businesses that are allowed to open include real estate businesses, automotive sales, floral shops, hair and nail salons, restaurants, elective medical and dental treatment, and professional services to include financial planning, information technology, and photography. The COVID-19 pandemic has altered daily life for Guamanians, and it will probably lead to lasting changes, according to the University of Guam's economist, Professor Roseanne Jones. She says, this is the Great Reset, and we're all learning differently, and we are all going to do things that we've never done before. Jones suggests residents may reevaluate the need for a car and the frequency that they make trips to the grocery stores, and society is likely to become more efficient, she says. Jones adds that the use of technology during and after the pandemic will also play a large role in the economy of the future. And some government services will also resume today. One of those is the Guam Election Commission. The GEC will be allowing candidates in this year's election to begin filing their applications. The Election Commission will accept their candidacy filing on the first floor of the GCIC building. And ratepayers may see another drop in their power rates, crossing my fingers, as the Consolidated Commission on Utilities weighs the idea of adjusting the fuel surcharge. The next adjustment was expected to take effect in August, but the GPA general manager says that he is hoping to present a surcharge that goes from June 2020 to January 2021. And those are your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here now is Ray with your weather.
Mostly cloudy. Scattered showers. Anybody been outside? Look out the window. Is it still like over? Is it cloudy? All right.
Looks soggy.
Looks soggy, she says. Easterly winds 15 to 20 miles an hour. Today's highs ought to be about 88 degrees. If the sun manages to come out, should be about 92. It might feel like that with the heat index. Overnight lows tonight about 79 degrees. Mostly cloudy and isolated showers. Winds from the east 5 to 15 miles an hour. And sunset will be at 6 6:38, and as I said, we've been treated to some great sunsets. This one was the one on Friday night. It was a beautiful full moon that was behind me, but I took this. Let me actually put it up on the screen so everybody can see it. Bang! It was one of those times, and then when I put this up on Facebook. And it's a great camera. I got this wonderful camera. It's got 3 lenses on it. But there's just not enough camera, not enough lenses for everything I wanted to do. And a buddy of mine says, well, did you try a panoramic shot? Yeah, I did the panoramic shot, but it's not the same. I mean, you don't, it's just so hard to get that impact. So what I ended up posting for Facebook, for the purposes of Facebook, was basically the middle of the sunset. And there's a couple of hints of pastel blues in there, but it's mostly red. And I cannot tell you the radiance. The word radiance was what was in my mind as I took this picture, because it was brighter after the sunset than it was before the sunset. The sun was down behind a couple of clouds, and it looked like it was going to be one of those lousy runs. And sure enough, the sun hit, I don't know, something. It hit something out there, and it came back with a vengeance. Now, the beach that I took this at was fairly crowded for this particular beach. I was surprised that there were so many people. And about 80% of them were holding their phone up to the sky, taking a picture just like that one. So it doesn't surprise me. And most of the other pictures that I saw of that same night on Facebook, they all had the same kind of characteristics. This kind of opening in there and the pastel blues. Just a great, great night on Friday. We'll see what happens tonight. 8:19 in the morning. And that's news and weather together. This is The Point.
Bored at home? Now's the perfect time to get things done. Start that project you've always wanted, or finish one. At East West Rental Center, they know you've reached the end of the internet and need to get outside, and they're here to help. Get the right equipment: water blasters, wood chippers, mini backhoes, carpet cleaners, floor buffers, and much more. They're open Monday to Friday from 7 to 5, Saturday from 8 to noon, and closed on Sunday. Call East West Rental Center, 646-1463, or visit them in Upper Tumon.
As we stand up to coronavirus by standing back with social distancing, Bank Pacific reminds you that you can come to the bank without going to the bank. Use many of our other delivery platforms like online banking at bankpacific.com, accessing cash at our ATMs, shopping with our debit cards. For businesses, we have secure cash and check drop windows, and we are employing a new smarter mobile app with remote deposit capture in the next few weeks. We're all in this together, and together we will win. Bank Pacific. Brothers but branches, we place roots. Member FDIC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phil Flores. What?
He's listening. I know he's listening right now.
I know, yeah. I don't know. I just had some through the copy, just, wondering which one of these spots I wanted to read to you, because there's so many options. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Nambo Insurance. You can call them at 477-9754. Visit them at nambo.com. Also brought to you by the guys over at Take Care, FHP's Urgent Care Center, as a matter of fact. They're open all the time. From 8 until 6, you step on a nail, you cut yourself on some glass, you get a smack in the head from your girlfriend because she finally got around to looking at your phone. Who you messaging, huh? Since this COVID-19, how many girlfriend you got there? Anyway, something like that happened to you. You're not going to die, so don't go to GMH. Go to the FHP Urgent Healthcare Center. Now, what I want to do here with these two, I want to see if I can put them together. I got copy from my friends over at Mescla and copy for Gerard Affligui, and it's pronounced Gerard. And his Tomorrow Cuisine Cookbook, CHAMORU cuisine.com, if you're going to look for it on the World Wide Web. Or just look for Gerard Affligui, spelled Gerard, capital G-E-R-A-R-D on Facebook, and because it'll take you right to his place. Pre-orders available right now for this incredible cookbook. Now, and so the other commercials for Mescla, by the way, they're in Agana and Tumon are now open for takeout and free delivery services in select areas. Terms and conditions apply. Mescla, Hagana 479-2652, Tumon 969-2652. Get your Mescla fix at the comfort of your home or maybe even your own office today. Now, what I want to do here is at some point, I want to take one of these Tomorrow Cuisines cookbooks over to Mescla and make them fix me up something from inside. You think they might be able to do that? I was able to get the Wendy's guys to give you chili with the spaghetti. Anything is possible on the Ray Gibson Show. It's 8:22.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point.
Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
$8:22 in the morning, and welcome back. P-Core 2 is where we are, and what does that mean? All of the retail places that you were used to going to before are still open. It's not like, okay, you had your fun, now close while we let somebody else open. It's not like that, so you should be able to get into, virtually everywhere. I think a lot of the retail places are going to be open for business. Rules are going to apply, and you know how I feel, rules suck. Rules suck. What was it in the headline you were reading? They're going to take your temperatures at various entry points?
Yeah. When you're walking into the mall, and the kids experienced this. They walked in yesterday.
Mhm.
They had their temperature taken at the mall.
Did they care? I mean, were they
No,
just so
and then-
excited? It's like, thank God.
Yeah, they
I'm willing
don't
to do
care.
anything. I'll grovel. I will whatever it is that you need me to do. You can take my temperature. You can put on the lotion, the
And then did they have the spray
Yep.
of alcohol? I'm assuming.
And everybody has to wear a mask.
Yes.
When does that end? When can we go mask
I think
free?
that's going to be a norm.
No,
I have
no.
a feeling that people are going to keep that as maybe not so much a requirement, but an accessory that they just.
Okay, just ugly people. The ugly people should wear a mask. I'm just saying, because there's me and the other bachelors. We're all like there's major disappointment. We see a girl and from behind or something, just a glimpse of a girl, and then the head turns and there's this mask, and you can't make out whether or not that she's pretty.
Well, there is a meme that says this isn't a time to fall in love.
Yeah, I've seen.
And then
I've
you
seen the
remove
meme.
the mask. And
So I don't know. I mean, they hate to bring it down to the kind of base level and things like that. But I guess that's the part where you're going to get to know them, their personality first, huh?
Yes.
There you go. Isn't that nice? Hey, are you a good cook? Are you a good cook? Can you dance? You got a lot of friends. That's cool. So I hope the masks eventually go away. And there's another concept that's in my head, and it never was before. But here's in my head, everything is dirty. Everything is dirty. I feel like I should be, or somebody should be, because it ain't going to be me, wiping things down. I feel like, if
that was kind of the norm for at least Joe and I before all of this, so we're used to it.
But like hand
Everything's dirty.
sanitizer and stuff. It just like I go to the gas station, put air in my tire.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Well,
never
that's
used
dirty.
to. I never used to care about the hose. I never, just whatever's in the car, you squirt on some
Definitely
water,
dirty.
I'm good. But now, if I used the air hose, as far as I'm concerned, a leper handled it before me. As far as I'm concerned, somebody with pit bull AIDS handled it before I did. And all I can think of now is why is there not a hand sanitizer here? Why
There's a little hole spigot that you can just wash your hands with.
It's never
There's
those
no
never
soap.
they never work. It's almost virtually never. See, now I've touched something and I don't want to put the hand sanitizer on it. Anyway, 888-825-58TALK is the telephone number. Got one last look at headlines coming up before too much longer. How was Mother's Day? Was it good for you? What did you guys end up doing? What?
Nothing.
It's what you wanted, though, right?
Yes.
What do you want for Mother's Day?
Yeah,
A clean house.
I slept a lot and God ate way too much.
A clean house, and everybody out. Leave me alone. Come back later. Go shop. And you did. You sent the kids shopping.
Yes, and then this week, all week long, they're dispatched to the different shopping places.
Way to go. Well,
They'll have a shopping assignment every single day of the
okay,
week.
so a friend of mine, I got another friend, Ray Topazan's on the phone. I'm going to get with him in a second. But a friend of mine, one of the other things that has changed now with the adoption of the new executive order is social gatherings are now allowed.
Yes.
Right? Up to 10?
Well, I think they have been allowed, just no more than 10, right?
I can't remember. I want to say that one of the restrictions that has been lifted. Are you telling me that people have been socially getting together and not calling me? Because that's the only conclusion that I could come up with is no, we're not doing
But
social gathering because
I know of some gatherings that took place that
Coronavirus.
were nowhere near the 10 mark. They were like at least in the hundreds, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to mention.
No. It's all right for people to have fun. 888-8255 is the telephone number. 827, my very close friend, a personal friend, Ray Topazna, and we were talking about the Department of Labor. There are people inside, but they're not accepting walk-ins and customers right now. They're doing some inside the office work because they're eventually going to have to start seeing people, and so we're going to do social distancing for the employees and then figure out what it's going to take to stand up, opening the doors and actually seeing people. Now, Ray Topazna over at Gura, you guys are actually beginning to open your doors. Could I come and see you about getting into one of your houses today? Good morning, Ray.
Well,
yes.
Good morning, Ray. How are you doing?
You know what? I'm good. It's my birthday. Did they tell you? Did you get the message?
No.
Joe, you're supposed to tell people before you put them on. You said, don't forget to tell Ray happy birthday. God.
Well, happy birthday.
You better hope they get that employee module lined up over at Department of Labor, Joe. Real Joe Cruz. Thanks, Ray, for mentioning that. So are you guys open for business at Gura today?
Yes, we are. Limited operations, though. We are not accepting walk-ins. So, no, you can't just walk in. By appointment only. But, yeah, we're hoping our doors are open right now. We're hoping to be gradually getting back to full operation at some time in the near future.
Well, that sounds like it's going to be tricky. I mean, you guys are a real face-to-face outfit.
Correct. But HUD has given us guidelines that we have to follow. So, yeah, we're ready. We have a staggered work schedule. We over the weekend, we installed drop boxes, so some of our tenants are able to drop their documents. So we have a ADA compliant drop box and then one right along the side of the building. We've developed SOPs. We had the National Guard come in Saturday and completely sanitize all the common areas. So we're good to go. I think we're it's raining right now, so I don't see a long line outside, but we anticipate there'll be people coming by today.
Yeah. All right. That's good news. Have there been any revelations? I mean, since you've been, I know you've been working, and I'm sure that you've got some key people that have been constantly in touch with the Home Office, with the administration here. But now that people are beginning to come back to life as we move through P-Core 2, are there any revelations? Are you hearing from people that have had a hard time with their landlords or issues with the buildings, things like that had to wait until somebody was at work?
Well, there were a few concerns, but as we told all of our landlords, there's a moratorium on eviction, so nobody could be evicted under while Gura was on suspension along with the rest of the government. So, no, we don't anticipate there'll be a lot of problems with regard to evictions. There have been, we're told, notices that were given to our tenants by the landlords that they're going to be evicted. But, we'll deal with that on a case-by-case basis, but we don't anticipate there were any evictions while we were under suspension.
Good news. Good news. All right. Well, I just wanted to touch base with you and find out what's going on. Are there any expanded benefits for people in these COVID-19 times? Anything new that you've added to your repertoire?
Yeah, HUD has allowed us to do a number of things, like we're able to, while we were under suspension, where we were operating remotely. But, to be as efficient as possible, we need to be completely back to work, and that's understandable. And but we have a staggered work schedule, so most of our staff, I would anticipate 60 to 70% of our staff will be back today. And most of our operations will be back. We'll just we'll just respect the social distancing guidelines, but for the most part, we have not just the main office here, but we have 5 separate satellite operation offices. So it's not like we're going to be packed in like sardines. Yeah. There's a lot of room, and we'll have that 6-foot separation.
Online, Rick Tenorio asking, National Guard did the sanitizing? Something don't sound right there. Doesn't seem like an appropriate use of the troops if they're under T-32, T-10 activation status.
Well, I can't speak for the National Guard. We reached out to them, and they said, yeah, we can come in and sanitize all the common areas, and they did so, and we're happy about that.
Good news. Okay. Listen, I'm going to let you run, Ray. You have a fantastic rest of the day. You got anything else that Gura needs to get out to the public? Keep a string on us here and call in anytime.
No. We're letting our tenants know not to worry. We're back, and we're going to address all your concerns. We were doing that even during the lockdown. We had to respond to emergencies. We had to get all the housing assistance payments out to the landlords. We have to pay all of our tenants for their utility reimbursement. So, we continue to work even under the lockdown because we're an essential agency. But now under PCOR 2, the non-essential part of GORA will be back to full operation, hopefully by this week.
Looking forward to it. Just got a note from one of your opposite numbers from from Daphne over at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. The Guam Department of Rev and Tax announced today that it is not open for business in Barrigada or the Agana Shopping Center. Only services at the DPW compound. Business license permit center are available. General licensing, collection, and real property are currently available. However, DRT has opened up a call center to answer questions about all DRT services. So everybody's kind of coming back in just little bits and pieces. We'll learn more in the coming days. Ray, I'll talk to you later.
Happy birthday, Ray.
Thank you, buddy. Thanks for mentioning that. All right. See, even Ray Tapazna over at Gura knows it's my birthday. Urgent, I think, is the word that they're looking at. Will they have forms available for the Dropbox? Probably online if you can. What's that? 30, flirty, and thriving. Yes, it is my birthday. Thank you for noticing there, John Palau. You can keep working. Jennifer King is online. Rooster and Chris Rabbits wishing me a happy birthday from the Philippines. And normally I'd say, oh, happy birthday in the Philippines. I'm flying out. We're going to party together. Me and you, buddy. Manila City. This is going to be fun. Let's go. We'll take over Malate. We'll just go from one to the other, right? But I don't want to go there right now. I don't want to go there right now. I told you last week, not one but two 48-hour lock-ins, basically locked in. I mean, and I think they told everybody, give them some notice in advance because there were all these people. You couldn't even, I think, go to the grocery store unless you had a ticket. So they wanted everybody to stay in. Rampant COVID-19, rampant in some of the very, very poor sections of town. People can't get tested. If they get tested and they turn positive, they can't afford the treatment. So people just kind of go about their lives. You know, I'm sure there's still the little kids selling the sampaquita on the sides of the road, and the guys you get close to Moa. You get there's the guy and he's got cold water in there. I would never buy that. Even as much as I want to help the guy, I would never buy that water.
What about the drink in a bag?
Because you don't know. you don't know. I mean, it might have just gotten the bottle out of the trash or something like that, and then dipped it in the river. There you go. Here's your water, sir. It's cold. I don't know how they made it cold, but they do. It's freaky. So anyway, that's why I drink beer when I'm there. But anyway, so I don't want to go there. You can't do anything fun in Manila, which is a city in the Philippines, which is God lives in Manila. But I think he's moved out while the COVID's going on.
Yeah, because there's no alcohol allowed.
That's right. That was the other thing. A couple of weeks ago, the mayor of Manila, I don't know what's happening in other cities, other provinces, but the mayor in Manila said, we're not selling alcohol here anymore. And as you can imagine, I get this from insiders, I got a string of people, the resistance people in the Philippines that are going, oh, there's still like a gray market, black market for this stuff. But I don't know. It's one of those things because you can still get food delivered. You can still get food delivered. And if you call the right guy and the right guy arranges the right delivery service, you can get your, crispy patas delivered with a six-pack of San Mig Light.
Nice.
But as you can imagine,
you have
it's
to know
just
that special number.
Yeah, but you got to know the special number, and you got to be willing to pay up because it's like the revenue days. It's like the bootlegging days. 8:36. You want to do headlines? You want to do that last look at headlines? All right, we'll get around to doing that. And there are two videos that I'm going to play for you. And I'll tell you, I don't like to play videos because it's I always feel like people go, oh, he ran out of stuff to say. That's why he's dumping the video. He's run out of stuff to talk about.
That was an eyeball roll out loud.
Yeah,
like that would ever happen.
Ray has never run out of stuff to say, but they're vital. One of them is Dave Del Sola, the guys from the Department of Labor, put together a video piece that if you've got a lot of questions about how this is going to work, sometimes you get the answer in a phone call. Sometimes we put it in video form. And then the other one is a piece from GPO.
I see, yeah.
Did you see that? Yeah. All right. So that's the one that tells you how they are doing shopping over at their place. I thought it was worth playing.
I know you don't want to share your birthday, but Jay Rojas is pinching me from Hawaii. It's a long distance pinch to say happy birthday to happy birthday to you. But happy birthday also to his dad, the real John Rojas.
Oh, okay. So I've got a birthday twin.
Yes.
No problem. I'd be happy to. I'd be honored to share my birthday with him. Who else do I celebrate birthdays with? You remember Ron Tangy?
Yeah.
He's a May 11th boy as well.
Wow.
8:37 in the morning, and we got the headlines coming up. Okay, after these.
GRMC's cardiology department treats most complex heart problems. In our catheterization lab, cardiologists use imaging equipment to treat clogged arteries that can cause heart attacks or heart failure. We perform balloon angioplasty, stenting, and other life-saving cardiac procedures. If you suffer from a heart condition, have your provider refer you to GRMC's cardiology clinic at 645-5500. GRMC, where patients are partners.
During this time of great uncertainty, Security Title is working to support our essential banks. We are working for the family who would have been homeless if their purchase was delayed, for the families refinancing to lower mortgage payments, for the contractor who has fronted the cost to build a home, and the surveyors, appraisers, inspectors, and the realtors who cannot make a living without selling a house. With our office doors locked and our essential team members complying with all government protocols, in our own small way, Security Title continues to serve our community.
It's funny, that guy calling up. No, they were really responsive. When I was over at Pacific Star, I was staying there for my quarantine. Boy, whatever I needed, they'd bring it over to me. I'm like, well, they make $125,000. They better have been on the ball. I mean, we're talking about cabinet level people over at the Pacific Star Gate is what that's get called here today. And what's the other story I seen in the Post? Apparently they haven't gotten paid. Yeah, there's
right.
one of those stories. Yeah, there was supposedly waiting on a check or something like that, and has not come back in yet. And other interesting story, a hotel story. And I don't quite know what to make about this. Fiesta is rebranding. This is I forget what they're doing here, but in Saipan, they're rebranding as the Crown Plaza. Got a 40-year lease with that company, and I think that is absolutely terrific. I hope they don't change it too much. Have you ever stayed at the Fiesta in Saipan? I love it there.
Yeah, very nice.
My favorite thing about it. They've got kind of a handy little recreation place over on the side. But one of the other things that I like the most about the Fiesta up in Saipan is the beach. Yeah. It's huge. You know, as many of the beaches are inside.
It's long, right?
It's long and wide. So it's as long as the hotel property is, but it's wide. I mean, there's a good distance between where the grass ends and the ocean. Yeah. I mean, it's a long way. It's as big. It's like as deep as Jimmy D's, but it's wider. And then they've got great water on the other side. So I hope that they don't mess too much with that formula because it's so good. Pretty Sandy Floors is watching on the program today. Kenley and Guerrero's online. My classmate Nali Laurenti is there. Alicia Canata is hanging out. As I said, Jennifer Heinley King. Mana Silva Tyron is there.
That's me. I'm there.
And Mark Burke with a K. John Dalzell says, "No more love at first sight." Talking about with the masks on. All right. Well, the only thing I can say, John, is it probably goes in both directions. Because like I said, I'm walking around Payless and I see an attractive figure, and then you start doing that Payless aisle stalking thing. What are you laughing at? Everybody does that.
It's a real thing.
It's a real thing. Oh my God. What? Were you trying to look? No, I wanted something in this aisle. Oh crap! It's the baby aisle. All right.
The woman's thinking this guy's a creep.
Well, if it's so, maybe
I don't need anything in this aisle anymore.
I should wear a mask then. But maybe it goes in the other direction. Ladies, are you just as frustrated where you see an attractive figure on a guy, whether you're at the Payless or the Home Depot or something like that, and then you get to somewhere where you should be able to make at least eye contact, but that's all you can make because they've got a mask, right? And you have no idea what's lurking under that mask. I mean, that could be like Mr. Guam right there, but it could also be Gomer Pyle. It could also be Festus. You never know what you're going to be getting. Hey, have you toothbrush? Have you ever heard of the concept? Maybe you could work on something like that. All right, fine. 8:41.
And if you can smell the breath through the mask.
Oh,
then you really have problems.
Yeah. Well,
next aisle.
Straight to jail. 8:42 in the morning, and time for our last look at headline with news now from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Montecillo Tyron.
The Department of Labor expects to receive $276 million for unemployment. This is the first increment that will cover the pandemic unemployment assistance and federal pandemic unemployment compensation programs. A couple of virtual hearings this morning at the legislature at 9. The Committee on Labor will hold an informational briefing with the Department of Labor. That will be via Zoom, looking at plans to dole out that unemployment benefit to residents. Then this afternoon at 1 o'clock, a public hearing on a couple of bills. One of those is Bill 255 that will allow some choices for GovGuam insurance subscribers. The other bill is 328 that will authorize leave for first responders. That hearing again via Zoom at 1 p.m. Guam is in pandemic condition of readiness too, and already a number of businesses opening their doors. Lines piling up at some shopping places yesterday. Those allowed to open include hair and nail salons by appointment, restaurants by takeout only, photography places, and a number of others. You will be required to wear a mask and social distance. Many government services will open as well. You can see the Guam Daily Post for a list of which ones are open today. And ratepayers may see another drop in their power bills. The Consolidated Commission on Utilities weighing the idea of adjusting the fuel surcharge amidst the most recent drop in fuel costs. The GPA General Manager looking at requesting an adjustment in the LEAC for the second half of this year. And those are your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Pick up a copy of the paper for more. postguam.com.
Thanks. Thank you, Mana. It's 8:43 in the morning, and just because I'm feeling frisky and we haven't played it in a while, this is what the corona laws and the policies feel like here.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail. You're charging too high prices for sweaters, glasses, you right to jail. You undercook fish, believe it or not, jail. You overcook chicken, also jail. Undercook, overcook. You make an appointment with the dentist and you don't show up, believe it or not, jail, right away.
Straight to jail. We've got the best patients in the entire world. And the other video that runs a little bit long, but I'm seeing it. I've got it up on the screen, and I can't resist playing this one for you. Just before we get to iConnect time, we'll go over, once again, all of the details that are enclosed in the governor's most recent executive order.
But he isn't following the same rules right now. They're very clear, so let's take a minute and let's go over them again. First, you must not leave the house for any reason, unless, of course, you have a reason, and then you may leave the house. All stores are closed except those that are open, and all stores must close unless, of course, they need to stay open. This virus is deadly, but don't be afraid of it. It can only kill people who are vulnerable and also those who are not vulnerable. We should stay locked down until the virus stops infecting people. And it will only stop infecting people if enough of us get infected that we build immunity. So it is very important that we get infected and also do not get infected. You should not go to the doctor's office or the hospital unless you have to go there. Unless, of course, you are too sick to go there. This virus has no effect on children except for those children in which it affects. The virus remains active on different surfaces for 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours, but in most cases it's days and not hours, and it needs a damp environment or a cold environment that is warm and dry in the air. Unless the air is plastic. Schools are closed, so you need to homeschool your children unless you can send them to school because you are not home. If you are at home, you can school your children using various portals and online classrooms unless you have poor internet, more than one child, only one computer, or you are working from home. Baking cakes can be considered math, science, or art. If you are home educating, you can include household chores within their education curriculum. And if you are home educating, you may start drinking at approximately 10 a.m. every day. If you are not home educating children, you may also start drinking at approximately 10 a.m. Masks are useless at protecting you against the virus, but you still need to wear one because it can save lives. And in some cases, it may even be mandatory, but also maybe not. You must not go to work, but you can get another job, at which point you may go to work. Stay home. I don't know how many more celebrities we need to have tell you how important it is to go outside and take care of your mental health. There is no shortage of groceries in the supermarket. There are simply many things missing. You don't need to go buy a bunch of toilet paper, but you should buy some in case you need it. If you are sick, you may go out once you are better, but those in your household, they cannot go out once you are better unless, of course, they need to go out. Animals are not affected by the virus, except for that cat that tested positive in Belgium in February. plus a couple tigers. The number of corona-related deaths will be announced daily, but we don't know how many people are infected because we were only testing those who are almost dead to determine if that's what they will die of. The people who die of corona who are not counted won't or will be counted, but maybe not. To help protect yourself during these times, you should be eating well and exercising, but exercising only eating what you have at home to avoid going to the stores unless you need toilet paper or a fence panel. It's important to get fresh air, but don't go to parks, but do go walk in other places. Just don't sit down unless you are old or pregnant. But if you do sit down, don't sit for too long. Unless you are old and you are pregnant, in which case you need to sit down. But if you do sit down, don't eat unless you've had a long walk, which you are allowed to do if you are old or pregnant, except for times in which you aren't. Don't visit old people, but you have a moral obligation to take care of old people and bring them food and medicine. And finally, no businesses will go down due to coronavirus except those businesses that go down due to COVID-19. I hope this cleared up any questions about what we should and should not be doing during this time. Please educate your friends and family with this information so we can remove any and all confusion surrounding this time. Thank you.
Gotcha. I swear I love that video. So those two videos are among my favorites here, and put a smile on my face. That's what I look at whenever I read something coming out of the administration or just the government in general that makes me want to go out in the back and find a piece of plywood and bite all the way through. I'll watch one of those videos and remind me it's okay. It's all right. We're eventually going to get past this veil of tears, as they say. 8:48 in the morning, and Barry Maid is almost out of this veil of tears. Good morning, Bear.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
How you doing?
Happy birthday.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
It's also my son Donovan's birthday today, so there's another share.
All right, cool. I'm happy to have another birthday twin.
And then, oh darn, I forgot my brother's birthday last week. Oh shoots.
Yeah,
you
better not move to the States where he's at. You should just stay here.
I doubt that, brother. I don't know where you got that video, but man, you got to send that to me, man.
Oh, I will. Yeah, we're still buddies on the social media, so I'll make sure that you get a copy of it. Yeah,
that son of a gun tells the whole story,
doesn't it?
It's the whole story. So anyway, I thought I'd run by Rev and Tax because newspapers said they were open.
Oops.
No, wrong information.
Yep.
The one agency that generates money, which brings up the question of how are they making this $6 million biweekly payroll without any money coming in? But Revenue Tax, revenue, is closed, completely closed.
Well, hold on, Barry.
But you can go to the one stop and take care of your business license. Of course, how you're going to go pay your GRT or business privilege tax is another issue because they're closed.
Well, I'll tell you what, you ask a couple of good questions. I'm going to do me a favor. I got Clint Rigel on line 2, so I'm going to go to him. Ask him that question because he just had money guys at the legislature last week, so he'll have a good answer for me. And then you give me a call back after the news next hour, all right?
I should be able to do that.
All right, good. What I'm basically saying is I'm dumping you for the senator.
Well, it's not the first time I've been dumped for a senator. At least this one I respect, and this one I have a connection to in that I've known him since he was born. His dad and I were really good friends. So.
I'm sure are still really good friends.
Take it as a compliment this time, Ray.
I appreciate it, Barry. Give me a ring back. But like I said, I got Clint Rigel on the line. We've been trying to get a hold of Clint for a bunch of days now, but busy enough with the Zoom meetings and things like that you're doing over at the legislature. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I miss you guys. Every once in a while.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, bud. Thank you. Yeah, now, normally, except for the fact that it's Monday and they're not open on Mondays, normally we would probably meet up someplace, just at random and celebrate the fact that I'm another year older. Between me and you and your wife, like tonight would be great at Mosa's, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I missed that.
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor? Find 7 other people over at the legislature and let's end this nonsense. The legislature's got the power to be able to turn off this stupid public health emergency. Clint, we got 151 people sick. We've tested 3,600 or more people in this town. Everybody they test practically comes up negative. And I think they just gave up on Saturday. They said, what do we got, 17? All right, that's good enough. And ran through all of those tested, and everybody comes out negative. I think I'm not a doctor, but I think between you and me, Clint, go and find the guy Peter Lombard's page and take a look at what he's writing. I mean, we got to be close to the ground on this thing. Can we just get rid of this public health emergency? Open everything else up, and we'll sort out what the best practices are going to be for stand-up bars and the restaurants that you and I like to go to.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love for the thing to end too. And I've been following Peter Lombard's, Dr. Lombard's posts.
Yeah, good.
I follow his posts. So yeah, I mean, I would love for it to end. It's just, it's one of those tricky things.
Well, Lou's got all of the power that she needs, even without the Chapter 19. I mean, she can still do all of the other things that they need to do. Don't need all of the big, heavy, restrictive powers of the government of Guam. And frankly, I think for transparency, we need to get out from under everything is an emergency. We've been living with this thing since early March. I think everybody knows what their roles are now. So I don't think we need to be working into these emergent situations. I mean, if we got a second wave, there's a whole 150 beds over at Nick Tams. You've seen that?
Yeah, we're definitely more prepared now.
That's the idea.
So yeah, I mean, it is. It's tricky. Again, it's
Do
like
it.
balancing.
Do it. Come on. Do it, Clint. You know you want to.
Well, it's hard because I don't want. There are people that are legitimately concerned about, getting sick and about, elderly people getting sick.
Stay home.
And those,
we'll protect them. That's what you do. You quarantine sick people, not healthy ones.
Right. So, I mean,
yeah. Glenn, you want to do it. You know you want to do it. Teresa's telling you to do it too, right? She's like, yes, come on. Whatever he says. I'll back you up. Look, if it doesn't work, you say Ray said. It's Ray's fault.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just, I think, I don't know. We got to be careful still. I still think we got to. I understand that there's, people want to get back to work. People want everything to open up again. It's just,
okay.
I guess for me, I don't know enough. I mean, this disease, you just played a thing where they're back and forth, like, don't do this, do that, don't do that. There's actually a reason for that. It's because no one knows a lot about this disease. We're learning as we go. So there are a lot of things like, oh, it lives this long on that. Oh, actually it doesn't. Oh, no. Like in the beginning, they said it was not airborne, and there's tons of data now showing that it actually is airborne because of aerosolization, and that's how they saw it spreading in a lot of small confined spaces because they saw it spreading through the air, basically. So that's,
I think it's still mostly transported by hands, but that's just me. But Barry asked a good question, and you had the money guys over at the legislature last week. What magic tricks are they up to right now where they're able to keep all of government of Guam paid? I don't want to say employed, but they're actually getting paid for a lot of people to just kind of sit around and wait for the paycheck to come in. How long is that magic going to last? What are they doing now, and how long do they think that's going to go?
That's a good question. I don't know. From what they've indicated is that they feel that they're okay with this fiscal year, that they can make it to the end of this fiscal year without any adjustment.
I thought they netted out about $30 million, wasn't it? Wasn't it $18 million out of this and another $7 or $8 million out of the BPT and withholding and the tourist attraction fund?
Yeah, but they're saying that they're okay with this fiscal year and that it's really the next fiscal year that we're going to have to look at adjusting. This fiscal year is how many months away are we till the end of it? I mean, we're in May right now, so June, July, August, and September, right?
Right, 4 or 5.
So they just got a few more months. I'm not sure. That's a good question. That's actually what everyone's trying to figure out exactly how that's working, but they seem pretty adamant that they'll be able to make it to the end of the fiscal year. I don't know. It's a good question.
Okay, so under what risk? What happens if they're wrong? How are we going to, what do we use to bridge us getting out of this fiscal year and into the next one? What if they're wrong? I mean, the airplanes aren't flying to Guam for many reasons, but even when the airplanes do get back into business, are they going to be able to fill them up with tourists that are willing to come here and risk getting stuck in a hotel for 2 weeks? Under the mandatory quarantine, we've got to figure out that end of the deal so that we are not last in the destinations that are receiving customers.
Right. I think that the way to go for to open up again to tourism, you're talking about opening up tourism.
Yeah,
again,
exactly.
right?
Yes.
I think the way to go is we're gonna have to test everyone when they land. We have there's 15-minute tests now.
Yes.
I think there's some that are a little bit faster now even that they're coming out with. So I think the key there is just we got to get tests and test everyone that lands and do some sort of thing where they test in their home country before they leave, and then we just test them again when they land. And then I would say have them download an app that we monitor them so they check in while
in a lot of these countries, Clint, they've already got the app. They're already in it. They've got their contact tracing apps, so we'd be able to find them.
We could put that on a tourist and then tell the tourist, hey, look, while you're here, check in on the app twice a day. And if you feel sick, just, the app has questions that says, how do you feel, whatever. Just do that twice a day. And if you're fine, then you're fine. And once you feel something, then you let us know. And then we're going to come check on you and make sure you don't have
coronavirus or something else, but for your own safety, your own protection, whatever. Yeah. Plus, it'd be a great way for us to be able to tell you, there's, what if there might be an earthquake or fire in a hotel or, taxi cabs are on strike. Yeah, I want to write that software. Let me get with my buddy Alex and we'll write that software. Can I sell advertising in that? No, I'm serious, because the duty free is going to want to say, welcome to Guam, and thanks for coming. And by the way, we're open. Here, come and get your Louis Vuitton masks.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea. I'm pretty sure that could be done. So, hopefully that's the route we take.
Yeah, well, it ain't, the government's going to, if they do it, they'll botch it up. So let's work on the idea together, just you and I. Meet you at Moses tonight for my birthday. Bring taro cake.
That sounds good.
Okay, now,
my
you and I
birthday's coming up in a week also, and I'm kind of like, what do I do?
Well, let's figure out a way to break some rules. We'll go to Carabao and because
we'll hang out outside in the parking lot.
I do that every day. But anyway, but the other thing is, and I don't know if we got enough time to talk about it. There's only a minute left, so I know you got a thing starting at 9, right, with DOL?
Yeah, Department of Labor's got info briefing.
So promise me you call me tomorrow, because I want to ask you about the pig thing.
Sure, yeah.
Groovy. All right, Clint. Appreciate it. Get with the DOL guys. I got there's all kinds of things going on there. I had Dave on for about 30 minutes this morning, and he gave me a bunch of great answers. And I'm sure that the legislature will be able to come up with some cool stuff. You work on your Zoom background, though, okay? Have Mrs. get a cool Zoom background for you.
I have a bunch already. I have the flag of Guam and all this other stuff.
No, Star Trek. Old Star Trek.
Actually, that would be cool, yeah. My dad was a huge Star Trek fan.
That's it?
So am I, yeah. I grew up watching it.
Clint, I love you, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks.
Have a great day. It's just awesome. 9 o'clock in the morning, the radio station's KUSG again, 93.3. This is The Point. Those videos coming up, and Barry will call back and do some hell-raising before he leaves town for good. Stick around, Brown.
Now in isolation, I'm Ann Carrick, Fox News. Word coming from the White House about an hour ago, the vice president now in self-isolation after 2 high-level White House staffers tested positive for the coronavirus. The positive case is also impacting several high-level doctors who work with the government.
We know of 2 specific instances in the West Wing. The first was a naval aide, a personal valet to President Trump. The other is Vice President Mike Pence's press secretary. Her name's Katie Miller. She's in isolation. She put out a statement thanking people for their well wishes. She was a frequent attendee at coronavirus task force meetings, has been around both the president and the vice president.
Fox's David Spunt. Prime Minister Boris Johnson addressing the United Kingdom with a multi-step plan to emerge from coronavirus lockdown.
It is a fact that by adopting those measures, we prevented this country from being engulfed by what could have been a catastrophe in which the reasonable worst-case scenario was 500,000 fatalities. And it's thanks to your effort and sacrifice in stopping the spread of this disease that the death rate is coming down and hospital admissions are coming down.
The UK recorded more than 220,000 cases and nearly 32,000 deaths. Johnson adding those who must go to work in person should avoid mass transit for safety. The virus itself has attacked at least 1.3 million in the U.S., killing more than 79,000. With many states beginning to reopen, epidemiologist Dr. Michael Osterholm with the University of Minnesota looking at what may happen here as we move forward.
Somewhere between now and tomorrow, next year, we're going to see 60 to 70% of Americans ultimately infected with this virus. What we have to do is figure out how not just to die with the virus, but also how to live with it. And we're not having that discussion.
Osterholm on NBC's Meet the Press. America's listening to Fox News.
As COVID-19 spreads and is now officially a pandemic, Guam Insurance Services is taking additional safety measures. We are continuing to service your needs, and we are here for you, online and by phone. Our location is temporarily closed to the public. Please call 475-1162 for immediate assistance. For more information, please visit our website at guahaninsurance.com. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation as we get through this together.
With a click of a mouse, your dream to visit museums in Europe is now within reach. Your son has time to learn to play the uke, and your daughter's geometry homework no longer scares you both. Despite our challenges, we still need to keep living, keep learning, and keep dreaming. GTA wants you to know that we're in this together. If it's distance learning, working from home, or connecting with family and friends, we'll keep you connected to your world and your dreams. Connect with us at gta.net. Call us at 644-4482 or visit us on Facebook. Dreams start at home. We start with you.
A second wave of coronavirus in Asia in countries thought to have successfully kept cases to a minimum.
In South Korea, 34 new cases of coronavirus were reported today. The cases were linked in part to an outbreak of nightclub goers, drawing some fresh criticism of how quickly the country reopened. President Moon Jae-in is urging people not to panic and to remain vigilant after infection rates have started to trend upward. Take a listen.
It will be a long time before the COVID-19 outbreak has ended completely. We should also brace for the pandemic second wave, which many experts are predicting. However, we cannot afford to keep waiting until then to return to normal daily lives.
Like many others, the South Korean government is concerned about the broad economic impact of coronavirus. In China, most of the economy is open again for business.
Fox's Trey Yingst, local officials ordering nightclubs closed for 2 weeks. The Polar Cave ice cream shop in Mashpee on Cape Cod is closed again, but it's not directly from the coronavirus.
Mark Lawrence says too many customers didn't follow the rules they set up regarding orders, and their behavior was terrible when the staff couldn't keep up. He told Fox 25 in Boston a 17-year-old girl quit.
The word she was called and the language, you wouldn't even say in a men's locker room.
So now he'll only be open for curbside pickup.
Fox's Rob Dawson. Controversy in a special Southern California congressional election. Fox's Christina Coleman.
Some Republicans are alleging the Democrats are trying to steal Tuesday's special election by opening up a new voting center in a heavy Democrat area. This is the second weekend of voting in a special election to finish out the term of former Representative Katie Hill, who resigned back in October amid allegations of inappropriate relationships with staffers.
The GOP hasn't picked up a House seat in the competitive 25th District in 2 decades. I'm Ann Carrick, and this is Fox News.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Hagåtña and Tumon are now open for takeout and free delivery services in selected locations. For more information, call 479-2652 or 3 or 969-2652. Open Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro brings you island hospitality with the true taste of modern Chamorro cuisine at the comforts of your own home. They take your favorite local dishes and serve them with extra flair you will only find at Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
Bored at home? Now's the perfect time to get things done. Start that project you've always wanted or finish one. At East West Rental Center, they know you've reached the end of the internet and need to get outside, and they're here to help. Get the right equipment: water blasters, wood chippers, mini backhoes, carpet cleaners, floor buffers, and much more. They're open Monday to Friday from 7 to 5, Saturday from 8 to noon, and closed on Sunday. Call East West Rental Center, 646-1463, or visit them in Upper Tumon.
Okay, Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by Orkin. These guys have been killing bugs across the planet, and they're willing to kill any kind of bug or varmint that we've got here on Guam. Huh? 646-7546. Visit Orkin.com on the World Wide Web. Ray Gibson Show is also brought to you by my very close, very dear personal friend, Charlie Hermosa, and the team over at the APL, American President Alliance, global presence with a local home. Now, he's got other gigs. He's got the Growler thing. And now the last time I went by Ann to go see Ann over at Carabao, they said they were running low. So if you go by there and fill up your, maybe you've got an old kind of Section 8 Growler and you want to upgrade, you want the one from Guam Growlers. That thing is awesome. That thing is awesome. You got one?
2 now.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you are brat. Oh, my God. You got 2 of those stainless steel Growlers?
Yeah. Wow. 2's better than 1.
So have you used his service? They've got that service where you can, on the app, where you can ping them and they can come back and with refills?
No, I haven't. They're doing delivery now, right?
I heard.
Yeah, I haven't tried it yet, though.
All right, we'll work on that. Charlie, we'll set up some of these. Now, we were talking about this last week, too. By the way, the offer remains open, guys. If you are going back to work, if your shop is reopening, like Mana said, Cutwall's place is opening, right? If your place is opening, you're more than welcome. Call me up at the radio station, 888-8255, and tell me that you're open for business and what kind of business it is. And, what kind of services that you provide, or, if it's a restaurant, what kind of cool food do you got there? And more, just call. I'll be happy to hear from you. A lot of the malls are back in business, and apparently One Stop across the street is back in business as well. Mana took a picture of this, and at first I wasn't sure what the heck I was looking at because, frankly, it looked like the truck was stuck in floodwaters, right? But that's just the floor of Marine Corps Drive, and then across the way you can see people lining up to go inside the One Stop Center like they're handing out free money. Or something. As far as I know, there's no free money being handed out there, but there's a whole lot of business that has been waiting to get back to work. And a lot of guys. I know a guy can get you really good marijuana for not a lot of money. I know a guy can do tile. We all need those guys, right? This is going to be the hard part, right? Getting back into the swing of things in life. I'll give you an example. I was talking with somebody, and she's like one of my favorite Zumba queens. And I know that she hasn't been able to do her regular Zumba queen workouts near the beach because they shut that part of the hotel down. But I also know that she's been working out, like at her house, doing her Zumba routine. So I'm, really interested in all of that. And kind of curious as to whether or not she's done a better job with her Zumba routine at home than she did with her regular Zumba. And I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I'll see if I can take pictures. So the reason why I bring it up is because now at the beginning of this lockdown period, even though I go to work for hours and hours a day doing this, I'm still like you for most of the rest of the day locked down. There's not much for me to do. The places I'd go to are generally closed. And so when in the beginning of all of this. I'd gone to Champion Sporting Goods. I got myself a couple of 25-pound dumbbells.
Nice.
Right?
How much? $1 a pound?
Oh, my God, Becky. Oh, my God, Becky. Yeah. Those things aren't cheap. Apparently they price by the pound. And I got a 30-pound dumbbell. Not dumbbell, kettlebell. Got a kettlebell. Right? So most of the basic work that I need to do, chest, upper body, I can do with those weights. And so I'm, put together the plan in my head, and I'm doing all these things. Okay, I'm going to do dips, and I'm going to do planks. I'm going to do this. I get this whole routine laid out. Did it twice on March 22nd. And I haven't done jack since then. I haven't done jack since then. I thought it was a good day the other day. I was down to 173. I'm like, God, this is great. It was up at 170, down to 173. And then I ate that big pizza last night. Yeah. So so the point that I'm getting here in this little stream of consciousness deal is I'm sure for a lot of people that were all ticked off last week. I'm sick of this shutdown. The governor's got to open up the economy. People have got to get back to work. And now we're saying, okay, well, it's Monday. Go back to work. Well, I'm not ready for that. I can't go back to work. None of my clothes fit. None of my clothes fit. Or wait a second. Not this week. The tile guy's coming. I got the tile guys. I can started a kitchen project, and I'm home all day. So the tile guy can come whenever he comes. So what do you mean I got to go work on Monday? The tile guy's coming at lunch. It's a fact, isn't it? That's the way the world is working these days. My telephone number is 888-8255. What do I got here? Guys, Joel, Air Force guy. Right on. Those are my favorite. I got a guy in works in Anderson Air Force.
Hey, how you
man?
doing,
Well, my Joe. Hey, buddy, you're Joe.
Yeah, it's me.
I got a buddy who works up at Anderson. He's also an Air Force. He's also an Air Force guy. He's also named Joe, and his nickname is Hollywood.
Oh, I don't know him.
You don't know him?
I'm TDY here. I'm TDY here.
Oh, now are you? What are you flying? What are you flying there, Joe?
Tankers.
Oh, there's a long and distinguished history of tanker guys here on Guam. Welcome to the Legion.
Oh, right. I've been coming here for about 25 years.
Huh?
On and off.
How is it you and I haven't met before?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you know where Club
But
Foxy
I've been
is?
here a long time. No, I don't.
You don't have to.
I had two inputs.
You don't have to lie when you're TDY. Go ahead.
Okay. I had two inputs. Why does everybody here act as though Guam is not 7,500 miles closer to the epicenter than New York City? I mean, isn't it logical to assume, especially with all the tourism from that area, that this place spiked back in December or January?
Yeah.
Just nobody knew what it was. The second thing that I can't stand with this sheer public panic is nobody's talking about the statistical probability that millions currently have this, if not have already had it. I know myself, I've already had it. I know a lot of people that have had it. I'm an airline pilot. Why doesn't anybody talk about commonsensical statistics?
Because nobody listens to common sense. I try to bring it up once, twice, 3 times a day, and you know what I get for my trouble? I get hate mail on my Facebook. I get hate mail on my Facebook. You take a look, and it's easy numbers. We're talking about easy numbers. A population, 165,000 people. Right. We've tested 3,643 people, of which 151 have come back confirmed. Right? Do the mathematics. That is a very, very small percentage of people. It's even smaller when we do the death rate, and it's sad that people have died.
I'd love to see the antibody test of that same sample of people. I bet it's much higher.
Joe, I'm with you. I was in Manila. I can't show you pictures, but I was in Manila on New Year's and come home on January the 2nd. And I came home, and it was one of those things, a little tickle in the ear, and it turned into a little bit of congestion. There was some coughing, and I took a couple of antibiotics and a couple of Tylenols. And it went away after, I don't know, a week and a half or something like that. And it is, I put it down to just, my beginning of the year cold. Everybody gets a beginning of the year cold on Guam, always have. And that's why I put it down to that. Now, it's possible that I picked up coronavirus when I was dancing with the girl. She said she was a girl at the late night bar in Bonifacio Global City. It's possible that I picked it up, right? And if you're in the airline game, I mean, you number one, you're in the airplane, and number two, you're which is the dirtiest thing in the world, and then you're flying around all these different airports and all this breathing that's going on. It's possible that you picked it up as well. I'm with you, Joe. I think there are common sense answers, but the problem is everybody is freaked out. They use the absolute worst data of the data they had available, plugged it into the worst model apparently of all time, and they scared the hell out of everybody. And the ridiculous media, and I don't consider myself a member of the media, but the ridiculous media around here went out and continued to tell that same story and continue to tell the story, even though that they have facts that are opposite. There are still places where you can go where they're still concerned about the 277 people that tested positive in South Korea, retested positive after having coronavirus in South Korea. They're still pushing that around like that's the second wave, is because it's a Lazarus disease, and everybody that gets it is going to get it again. So you're not building up an immunity. We now know science says that's different. Science says no, that's not the case. But it's impossible to get people to get off of their what's the word I'm looking for? Help me, Joe. They've already made up their mind about it, and no amount of science or facts are going to change it.
Right, and I'm going to lose you. I'm about to go through the gate, but my last point, and I couldn't agree with you more these last 60 days, but my last point is, everybody's not looking economically a week, a month, 6 months down the road. They've only seen about 3 dominoes fall out of about 3,000. And if you get too far down this road, they're going to ensure a dystopian economic nightmare that is unrecoverable. Because we are at 30 million people unemployed. You get that to 100 million, which is a third of the country, and we may never recover in our lifetime.
I am very, very, very worried about that, and you start looking around and going, okay, what business, what industry has not been impacted negatively by this, and what's it going to take to get them to where they were in January? But I don't think there's a whole bunch of them. And Joe, I'll tell you what, find me on Facebook. Let's buddy up together, because I think it'd be a fun conversation to have with you. Just the flying around part, which I've always been interested in, but let's get together, we'll hang out, and talk about what this dystopian future is going to look like. Because I'm with you, I believe it. I'm worried sick. Not for me. I'm good. I've got a gun. I can take care of myself. But what about my kids? What kind of world are they going to be living in? With the possibility that we could get ourselves into a depression that lasts a decade.
With a virus that has less than 1% mortality.
Yeah, again, you're preaching to the choir, and just by virtue of the fact that you're on the radio with me on this radio station, there's all kinds of people that are nodding their head. But for every one of us that's nodding our head, there's 2 or 3 other people that are typing away like crazy monkeys on Facebook, talking about it's too early to open the economy. It's too early to get people back to work. It's too early for this. No, it's not. It was too early a week after all of this nonsense when we found out that we weren't going to get. And now what's the thing? Now you're going to hear from all these people that's the stay-at-home forever doomers that are going. Now the big thing is second wave, Joe. Second wave.
No, I know.
It's going to be worse than the first.
Take care, sir.
I will, sir. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Thank you for your service to our country. 9:18 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK. Yeah. So you want to? No, you can't. I'm sorry, you cannot have a logical conversation. I've tried. And in a lot of cases, you just eventually, you talk to some of these guys, these stay-at-home forever doomers. Second wave. Oh my God. They're getting coronavirus again. It's coming back on them. And my big disappointment with Fox is actually talking about these 3 children have died from coronavirus-related mystery ailment. So that's their big story. I would hope that they're talking to some real experts who will probably come back and say, yeah, well, everything is related to coronavirus. I told you last week, right, about the CDC numbers?
Yeah,
where they were talking about, we got this many dead in the country. Oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. And then all of a sudden, without a whole lot of fanfare, they changed the numbers and dropped them in half. What the heck?
Big time.
What the heck? Numbers are back up, because time has elapsed and more people have died from it. But it was still kind of interesting that they took that step. But I'm sure that you are exactly in the same position as Joe is every once in a while. You're trying to have a conversation with somebody, and they go, "But I heard this," or "I heard that," or "Boy, let's just," you go, "Yeah, all of that's been debunked." No, it hasn't. Yeah, it is. No. I've got to stand on my rock. I've climbed all the way up to this pinnacle of knowledge and logic. And just because you say something different, it can't be true. I saw it on Facebook. Now the one place that we will share a little bit of, I have not watched Plandemic. And only because, now I will admit to this. And I like to think that I'm down the middle of a couple of roads. But there are guys that are way lefty over here. And I can't have a conversation with them. In fact, there's some people we've got a truce declared. We don't talk politics ever. We don't talk politics anymore. We don't even talk sports. We just we get together and this is good beer. Yeah, that's good beer. You wanna get some dried beef? Yeah, let's get some dried beef. I was thinking about they got stuffed mushrooms here, right? Which is anything but politics, right? So, because we're so far out. And then you get the other guys. Then you get the other ones. It's just so right, crazy right. And they're the ones that are shoving this pandemic down my throat. And they're going, come on, Ray, you've got to watch this show. I mean, this is right up there. It's 20 conspiracy theories, 5G transmitters, all this other stuff. And I'm going, no, I can't do it. Can't do it. It just so what I did over the weekend. I know Maria's right there. I'll get you in a second, Maria. I just want to tell everybody what I did over the weekend. I almost managed to stay 100% away from coronavirus. When I left here Friday, is the boss listening? When I left here Friday at 7 o'clock at night, I told myself, no news. No coronavirus news. No no conversations about coronavirus. And for the most part, I did. For the most part, a little bit here, a little bit there. It's in the news, people living with it. But nothing major. Didn't do a whole lot of research. Did not go out of my way to try to sort things out. And thank God, because you can hear in my. Do I not sound like I just came back from a vacation? Yes. Do I not sound just energized, alive? Right?
You're glowing.
Motivated. Do I sound motivated? Because I am. I want you to know that. It has nothing to do with the 18 Oro Nomen C's that I drank for when I woke up this morning. Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission. Buenos, Zen Hoffading.
Viva cumpleaños, Ray Gibson.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. How did you know? Did Joe tell you?
Yes, he did. But I also tried, Ray Gibson, but I also verified with the voter registry.
Awesome. Does it still have me down as a Republican?
I didn't check that part.
Okay. All right. No, well, because I'm mad at the Republicans this week. Actually, I've been mad at them for a while. Them. Can I tell you why?
You can tell the people of Guam why.
Okay. Many luids and many now. My dear people, I'm mad at the Republicans because now it's like right now would be the time. If I was going to try to take back Guadalupe in 2 years, I would today start running anybody from the Republican Party that could start, with good conversations about policy, direction of the government as it relates to the private sector, yada yada yada. I'd be having that conversation now, but you know what we're getting out of we're not getting anything like that out of them. They send these letters to Lou that they think she reads, and I'm going, no, you need to be more vocal about it. But that's why I'm mad at the Republicans. So I might change if I do run for Senate. I might change to Democrat.
That's up to you, Ray Gibson.
But now you've been in the game for a while. What kind of impact do you think that would have? Because I know some people that run for under Democrat because there's a lot of Democrats, right? And it might be able to get all the votes you need to get into the office. On the other hand, if they say, oh, but you were a Republican first, then you came to the Democratic Party, do you think that people would like Atan Baba me or they won't let me speak at the rallies?
Well, all I know, Ray Gibson, is I hope they show up to vote no matter what.
I'll make sure that the word gets out that there's an election. So first question for you, when is the election for the mayor of Zotnia? We're in May, right? So it's like a week and a half next week?
Yes, Saturday, May 30th, from 7 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night.
Okay, May 30th?
Yes.
Okay, May 30th. And what day of the week is that? Friday, Saturday, Sunday?
Saturday.
Hey, this is my bingo.
Yes. But we are having a Guam Election Commission board meeting on Thursday, a Zoom meeting on Thursday at 5:30 p.m.
What's that meeting going to be about?
Well, we're going to continue to discuss the special election, and we'll give them an update on the candidate filing.
Do you have anybody that's turned in actual packets?
Yes. At 8 o'clock this morning, there were 3 mayoral candidates in line.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. So we We finished processing all three right before 8:30. I think 8:45.
Oh, there's a new guy from Jigo wants the job, and because everybody said they don't like Rudy, so he's.
So no, we didn't get any Jigo mayor
Not yet.
candidates.
Okay, that's
No,
interesting.
All three were from the South.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. That'll be interesting. We've got all of the other newsrooms are going. Okay, finally another story that doesn't talk about coronavirus. Let's go to the Election Commission and see what's going on. I was gonna ask you about recall, but Uncle Robert's on the other line, so I'll save that for another call. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay. Love you, Auntie Maria. See you pretty soon.
Happy birthday. Viva cumpleaños.
Yep. Okay. There we go. And now I actually do have my Uncle Robert, my beloved Uncle Robert Underwood, on the other line, and calling him for a lot of reasons, not the least of which is I want to get my annual birthday blessing from Uncle Robert. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy birthday. Are you 40 yet?
I'm yes, I'm 40 plus. It's the 18th anniversary of my 40th birthday. How's that?
Oh, wow. You're getting up there. Getting up there.
I'm surprised I'm still alive.
The reason why I wish you were 40 is that would make me a lot younger.
Wouldn't that be cool? It's just so strange because I feel like physically I feel like I'm still in my 20s. Mentally, I don't think I'm any older than about your average 17-year-old. I don't think there's much as changed. I got a lot more responsibilities, but at the end of the day, it's I still like just doing smart-ass comments and fart jokes on the radio.
That's right. Well, you're good at it.
But thanks. I've got the Underwood sense of humor. Thank God I've got that. If nothing else, that will helps me survive all the crazy things that are going on. How are you doing out there? How are you, Auntie and Auntie Naris, doing in Charlotte?
Well, we're doing great. We're just finishing up our Mother's Day celebration.
Oh,
we're celebrating Mother's Day because it's still Mother's Day here for her and her daughter and her granddaughter. Her granddaughter gave birth a couple of months ago, so she's a great grandma.
How about that?
We're just finishing it up, and this will cap it off.
Where'd you guys go?
We went to the house.
We went home.
We were thinking about it. I said, I don't know if we'll ever see a buffet again.
No, you're right. He's serious. That's one of the things that people are looking at, going the days of going someplace and a communal setting where you go get your salad, you go get your stuffing, you go get your meat, all that. We'll put it on a plate for you in the kitchen and bring it out to you.
That's right.
You want coffee? You want water? You want tea? You're not going to be able to go up to a jug anymore and get that. That world's changed.
Yeah, it's a different environment.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what comes out of it. But so if you're going to have a buffet, have it at home.
That's the only way it's going to be anymore. Well, hug and a kiss to Auntie Naris. I usually save that for later, but right here at the top of the call, let's remember to give her a hug and a kiss from Shelly and Mana and Dave and I. Big love you guys. I was thinking about mothers, and of course you knew my mother and my grandmother, and I remember getting to spend some time with your mother, an absolutely delightful woman, just a few years prior to her passing away, and she had a very, very sharp sense of humor and a terrific woman as well. What do you remember and I suppose missed the most about your mom?
It's the sense of humor and absolutely the real capacity to make you humble. It didn't matter what you were doing, It didn't matter what you're doing. I remember when Bill Clinton came out in '98, I went over and I said to her, do you want to go to Government House to see Bill Clinton?
Mm-hmm.
She goes, if Bill Clinton wants to see me, tell him to come over here.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. Great sense of humor. She was pretty good with plants.
She didn't go. She wasn't interested. She said, yeah, it's all right.
I saw Nixon when he was here.
Yeah. So it's, it's just the way, it's not just a comfortable sense on who she was, and always reminding us, of course, to be respectful to other people. Mm-hmm. But the most important thing is that she just had a capacity to put you in your place.
Which is, I wish there were more and more people like that.
Too.
Yeah, mom had her ways. One of the things
mom had her ways. your grandmother, on the other hand, was just all loving.
Are we talking about Anna Underwood? Because
that's right.
Because now Anna Underwood had the capacity, and she came up in a time on Guam, certainly different than the one that I grew up in. I bet maybe you, but she came up in a time where she could yell at anybody like they were her kids. Like we're all related. If you were in the store acting out, whether or not you were related to us, Grandma would just haul off and yell at you and berate you for messing whatever it is up in the store and get out of here. And I'm like, Mom, do we know those people? No. But they're messing up my store and making a mess here. And she was, Grandma was also very economical, thrifty. If she couldn't find a piece of paper, she'd write it on the back of a paper plate because we know we're going to eat on that later on. So she'd write a note. I'm going to Pedro, so whatever. And she'd write that on the bottom of the plate. And later on, it was fairly common. You'd look at the bottom of your paper plate at Grandma's house, and there was probably a message on that. And she'd write on the back of whatever. There were a lot of people that the paper was an essential item, and it wasn't easy to get after the war. So lots of times they were reused. Your grandfather, my great grandfather, in some of the family stuff that I have, he would reuse like birthday cards. So if he got a birthday card, you got a birthday card from somebody, and if you were looking for a piece of paper to take a note on, he'd just take the birthday card, write it on the back of that, because it's paper.
They were into recycling before it was cool.
Before it was trendy. Well, I mean, there's the ultimate version of sustainability, right? Is reduce, reuse, recycle. Father Duenas, not your alma mater, but I know you have a good time talking about him. But they had their graduation last week. So note number one, congratulations on the graduation for the class of 2020. And number two, it's termite season. But they did a drive-through graduation.
Were the termites out?
Of course, with the termites out. But I just thought it was kind of interesting that there has been now that change. I mean, if you were still the president of the university, you would be pondering what it was that you were going to say or do or perform or bestow on the stage at the University of Guam Fieldhouse. I don't know what Christ is up to, and I don't know how they're going to be handling their commencement this year for the University of Guam. But things are certainly changing there. What are you hearing about graduations out in the Carolinas in the States?
Well, over here they have over at the Daytona racetrack, they're having high school graduations, and so the students get on the racetrack. And when they finish, they go to the finish line. They get celebrated individually.
Huh?
Yeah, that's a really interesting idea. Great idea, actually. So they actually go to the finish line. So people get really creative, and I'm so glad to hear that. But people are trying to be both safe and creative. Mm-hmm. I don't know what they're doing at the university, but it is a difficult time. And on the other end of this, of course, the whole educational enterprise is going to change. We're going to have more stuff online, more hybrid, more combination of things, and so an iPad is going to be standard wear for everybody from first grade up. It's just kindergarten. It's just the coming thing. So,
well, we're gonna have to give them access. We're going to have to give them access to the internet, though. One of the things I think they found out, when they were trying to stand up an online kind of distance learning situation for the students of the Department of Education, was the sheer number of people who don't have any kind of internet. So unless they're in somebody's hotspot, they're not going to be able to do their homework.
But that's part of the new. It's a kind of a new utility. I remember we had I can't even remember his name now, but he's a really internet expert, and he patented Intel. You see it on almost every program.
Yeah.
Every time you turn on your computer, so he makes money off of that every time you log on. He's from the Philippines, and his father had sent him. His father was a contract worker in Guam, and his father made money and sent him to school on that. So we had him at the university talk, but he said, providing internet service to the entire island, this confined, is actually pretty easy if they just wanted to make a minor investment in it. So I think that, sometimes it's one of those services like we think, should people be responsible for getting their own service? Should we make it easier? What is the cost involved? And I think, it's like a couple of years ago I suggested, why can't we have Wi-Fi on all the school buses?
Yeah.
I said, how much would it cost to put Wi-Fi on the school buses? And I asked one of the companies. He said, that's very easy, maybe $5. You could put Wi-Fi in, and then people said, no, the students would be, looking at porn. Or I said, well, the students, but the best thing about it is the students are likely to be doing their homework.
That's what I did on the bus. That's what I used to do on the bus. The bus driver would pick me up in Monmo, and I'd try to have my schoolwork finished by the time I got to Cathedral, because I knew Mr. Washington was waiting on my math homework. Yeah.
Now, can you imagine if we just the idea of putting Wi-Fi on the buses? We do it for the tourists. We did do it for the tourists. They all have Wi-Fi in their buses.
Tourism.
I don't understand what the hesitancy was in that. It just seemed a little odd.
Well, there's what a lot of people don't know is there's actually a fairly broad network that's already out there. There's the utilities have their own kind of Wi-Fi internet system. So all of these smart modes and things like that, they all talk to each other. They aren't doing that on a Docomo system. They aren't doing it on an IT&E or iConnect or GTA system. That's part of the overall Guam Power Authority system. And there are some municipalities that have taken advantage of that. I mean, it's not the fastest, broadbandest thing in the whole wide world, but there's enough connectivity for the utilities. Once their overhead is taken care of, there's enough bandwidth left over for you might be able to get some lo-fi usage, maybe something that approximates 3G or something like that, so that people can get connected to the net and be able to do their homework. Well, it's always an interesting conversation. Have you been paying attention to any of the Guam news?
I try to. I know that money's going to come out eventually, and I know that the governor is under attack, and I know that I hear all that, and I'm trying to monitor how much time people are going to be quarantined when they get there, because I'm planning on getting there pretty soon.
Oh, really? Well, keep it. I don't know. There's because it seems like there's real shifting sands that they've got over at the airport. They told somebody, Leah Metro, they lost somebody in their family, and family is beginning to come in for the funeral arrangements. Anyway, so somebody came in last night, had all of the paperwork that he was supposed to have, including a negative test in the last 72 hours for coronavirus, and they said no, that's not good enough, and so he's now a guest of the government of Guam in the Pacific Star Hotel on the 19th floor, and I can't figure out why. He had everything he was told to have, so I don't know. You be careful. Make sure that you talk to Linda.
Right.
You talk to Linda herself before you fly in.
Yeah, but I'm not going to. Your Auntie Narissa was telling me, don't be expecting any favors, because the minute we land, people are going to be trying to figure out where are they going.
Yeah, well, I'm remembering a couple of points that Auntie Narissa made during the election season. So there's another reason not to expect any favors. But that's politics on Guam, right? 20 away from the top of the hour. Uncle Robert, it's always great to hear from you. We'll get together again. Thank you very much. We'll get together maybe on Friday if you're still in the States and do another one. This is a make good for last Friday when we couldn't get you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Love you, mean it, and hug you and a kiss to Auntie Narissa. Happy Mother's Day to Auntie Narissa. Isn't that great? 9:40 in the morning, 888-8255. You want an iConnect time? Let's do that now. Just a real quick break. iConnect time in the studio is 20 away from 10 o'clock in the morning, and it's the Ray Gibson Show, and iConnect is really, really cool. The store in the mall is open. You know how I can tell? It's on the front page of today's Guam Daily Post. There's a bunch of people standing in line trying to get up there. You might be able to avoid a line. This is what my recommendation. Do everything online, iConnectGuam.com. And I know, because the sign on the door says so. If you need something right now, call 888-8888, and they'll be able to hook you up at iConnect.
With 50 years of experience on Guam, you can count on us during times like this. You, our customers, are the priority, and we want to assure you that our bankers are there for you. Our call centers are available, and our online services are functioning efficiently. We also want you to have the confidence that you can bank with us virtually anytime, anywhere. If you would like to enroll for online and mobile banking, go to fhb.com/enroll. At First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Member FDIC.
During this time of great uncertainty, Security Title is working to support our essential banks. We are working for the family who would have been homeless if their purchase was delayed, for the families refinancing to lower mortgage payments, for the contractor who has fronted the cost to build a home, and the surveyors, appraisers, inspectors, and the realtors who cannot make a living without selling a house. With our office doors locked and our essential team members complying with all government protocols, in our own small way, Security Title continues to serve our community.
Am I supposed to read something? No? A friend of mine doing some traveling and showing off the interior of a United flight that just took off. And she is the only person, I want to say, in the entire class. So looking front ways, nobody there. Looking sideways, nobody there, one way or the other. Yeah. Guess you just got to wonder how long the airlines are going to be able to stay in business, ferrying basically empty chairs back and forth. How much longer are they going to be able to do that? I wonder if there are already conversations going on with with these different airline companies talking about, well, it might come down to having a merger. We might need to come down to either spinning off our own directions and just going low fares. I was going to say a lot of airlines, low frills airlines, but there's so many of those are already out there that are exploiting the model. This guy here, I'm going to bring Bob Kelly in. Bob Kelly he's a traveling man, hasn't been able to do any because of coronavirus. But you finally got a haircut though, right?
Yes. I was so happy. I was able to get an appointment at 4 o'clock yesterday.
Nice. Well, good. Congratulations. If I sounded distracted over the last couple of minutes, I'm negotiating with Ashley Haircut. She works over at Rosy Rouge, and I love what she does with my hair. And she always tries to convince me that I'm not suffering from male pattern baldness, even though I know for a fact I am. But anyway, she knows all about that. At any rate,
I can tell you that it makes you feel 100% better to get 8 weeks of hair off of you.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it will. So she said the next time I can see, because she's loaded, she's backed up busy, right? And everything's appointment only. She said, I can see you on the 18th at 3. And I said, as much as I'm thinking, and it's a ways off, and I sure could use a haircut, but it's also at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And you know what I'm like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right? I'm a brat. I've just woken up from my nap. I'm all grumpy. So that's not a good time for me. So I said, well, how about like 11:30? Can I do an 11:30? And her earliest 11:30 appointment is not until the 27th of May. That's how backed up everybody is.
Appointment during the time that they weren't open yet. The minute I heard they were opening up for Sunday, I was on the phone within an hour to get an appointment.
There you go. And I'm sure that there were, I'm sure that there were still people that were way in front of you, thinking exactly the same thing.
I wanted to really do it at 11. The only time she had open was 4. Well, okay. You mean you only got one opening left on Sunday? Yes, at 4. I'll take that one.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what's in my head. Wait, I gotta do a shout out to Mike St. Nicholas, Congressman Mike St. Nicholas sent me happy birthday greetings. That's it. I'm retiring now. That's a pinnacle of my career, be recognized by Congressman Mike St. Nicholas. I'd love to see you when you get home, buddy, if you can get home sometime soon. It'd be interesting to hear what they're talking about in terms of another one of these, what do they call it, another one of these relief packages coming out of D.C., have you heard?
Bill.
Yeah, stimulus packages.
Yes. By the way, happy birthday. You can use the traditional song now. That got thrown out on the copyright, and they had to refund years of money to businesses.
Very cool. Okay.
I sent you the link on that. That was an uncopyrightable thing, and it just tradition. They carried it on when they shouldn't have. I got the most important I'm going to say to the very end. I want to make one more comment related to Uncle Robert. I hope everybody's not carrying an Apple phone. I hope we still have a lot of good Androids out there so we keep competition going, because that's what makes everything good, is all of the good Android and the Apples each trying to outdo one another.
I am currently an Apple guy.
I'm currently an Android guy.
But I was an Android guy for how long? Was a while, right? I was an Apple for I was BlackBerry. Golly, you gave me a Moto once, push to talk years ago. But I mean, if I went through the history of things, you know, I've had obviously the flip phones, the old Motorola's. Then I had the Moto with the push to talk on it, and that was cool. And then I was a BlackBerry guy for a while when GTA was gangbusters with all of those devices. And I'd forgotten how much I liked them. I was watching a television show the other day, and that was one of the phones they were using. And I remember, you know, the applicability, the usability of that. And then we get out of the Crackberry, Travis used to call it. We go from there into iPhones. It was an iPhone guy for a while, and I want to say it was one of the guys over at Docomo then that gave me my first Android. Fell in love with that, and it's just only been in the last year that I've been back in the Apple family.
I have been Android since Cupcake. And now I have the latest. So, I mean, I'm not one to want to move from that because I just feel comfortable with it. And I use the One Plus, which is one of the top rated phones. I've already told you about that one. And so I just hope that – now, something else related to what you were talking about with Uncle Robert. We should try to ensure we at least provide a 1 megabit data service to everybody under universal service who can't afford data service. It's not going to give them super great video and so on, but allow them to do their homework, their surfing, and they can at least play some standard regular flash videos. Yeah. It's not going to give them everything, but if we can get that into every home, then that solves the problem of people being able to do emails, applications for employment. It allows them to take care of government services online and allows them to have education.
Anybody doing something like with a business model on that where it's advertiser supported?
Not, I don't think advertisers. Actually, that's one that I would like to see under universal service funding.
Oh.
A low level, just to cover the essentials. But if we consider today that as a USF or an essential service, I think that would be a big benefit.
And I'm with him. 165,000 people. We ought to be able to roll that thing out, without having to do an overbuild. You could probably do it laying on top of existing technology.
Probably. But the reason I'm calling is something that you were talking about, a little bit of memory. I just wanted to tell you about the most wonderful travel agent I had when I moved to Guam in the 70s.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah, it was your mother. She took such good care of me. This was before I could make my own reservations online. She was so patient. She always somehow managed to, for very little money, pull off upgrades when I really wanted them. And I stuck with her throughout, and she was the most fantastic. But the best part is she added another business to her business empire with your little sister.
Yep, ran a daycare.
And that was where my nanny was at before she started kindergarten.
Yeah, we've been family before we were family, Bob. That's a fact.
Yes, so I just wanted to go back. I mean, Mana was her teacher. Your mother was running the school. And now the little girl's a doggy doctor. But, things have gone a long ways in a long time, but your family and your mom and actually your whole family, they're just all great people. And so I just wanted to pass on to your mom that she did leave a great legacy behind. So I wanted to just pass that on since you were talking about her on Mother's Day.
Do appreciate it. And I never get tired of hearing statements like that. I'll talk to you soon, Bob. 10 away from the top of the hour, 888-8255. James Howard's online says a conspiracy. I know it. What? Sandy Flores wishing me a happy birthday. Yeah, but online calling me Magahit, Ramon. Magahit. What's that? Sandra De Leon says, yes, we need motivation. It's Monday. What else do I have for motivation? I don't know. Asking me now, yeah, but asking me, what did I chesse yesterday? I didn't chesse anything. I didn't, I went to Pirates Cove and I had a burger with Shelley and RD, and Jeff was there. I mean, it wasn't terribly busy, and I've had a decent crowd, but it wasn't super busy. So it was a great opportunity for Jeff and I to get caught up. As I said on the post, we were there long enough to remember why we've been good friends for the last 40 years. Fran TLGC saying happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate that. Scott Nelson, Brian Ortega is online this morning. He says, Ray, you're far from liberal. What? I can fake it, couldn't I? I can fake being a liberal. Free education. Free Wi-Fi for everybody. Free internet, high speed, 5G for everybody, right? Because make sure everybody in the telecom business, you got to do lifeline rates. There you go. That was pretty Libby, wasn't it? I'm gonna get new dentures for what's her name? Not Hillary. Who's the other one that I don't like? Nancy. Yeah. What is it? She can't even keep the things in her mouth all the time. Please say hi to my homie Uncle Robert from Norwalk. No problem, Brian. I'll mention that to him. There's Brianna Meno, who's thrown up a couple of other great, interesting stories and some beautiful family shots from yesterday. I dug looking at your stories there. Linda Solis is online. Who else is there? James Howard again. Brad Dunnigan. Hey, buddy. Nice to see you online. There's others. Late tuning in, huh? Rebecca Salazar. Eileen Santos, good morning to you from all of us here in town. And I think that's it. What's in the red cup?
Vodka.
What's the line? If you got to drink at lunch, drink scotch so our clients know you're drunk and not stupid. It's simply water. Do you know why it's simply water? Because it's my birthday. And last night, I was watching sunset, finished up the sunset.
Here it comes.
I got a pizza, an entire pizza. And got everything wired up together this morning. I woke up with indigestion because I literally ate the whole pizza by myself. And a couple of other things I had left over. I had a couple of chicken tenders from KFC that I had in the fridge. So I, loaded it up. Pepper, it got the pepper on it, and then lots of dashes. What's the hot sauce with the little wooden knob on the top? Do you know what? I love that. Whatever it is, it's good. I love it.
Chula something.
Yeah. So anyway, so I woke up this morning, as you might understand, after eating a whole pizza and spicing it up as I did, I woke up with indigestion. And so I was concentrating on that and making sure that I had Tums in my pocket when I left the house instead of ensuring that I had my coffee cup. And it's my favorite cup. It's the one that Rowena got me. When? She got it for me. It's got the Point logo on it. Anyway, so it's at the house now with 4 cups of hot coffee in it. Not doing me any good. Now, you're going, well, at least you can drink it when you get home. I don't drink coffee after 10 because otherwise it screws up my nap. And you're going, wait a second, what are you, old man? You take a nap? Yes. I've been taking a nap since I was a young man. I started doing morning radio. I think I was, 34, 35. And it was then that I discovered the power of a nap. And so it has survived virtually everything in my life. Everybody knows that there's certain times, you don't call certain times, because I ain't going to get the phone. If I do, I'll be grumpy because I'm taking a nap. My old boss, Rex Sorensen, he knew not to call me. Anytime between noon and about 1:30, don't call. The tower's falling down, Ray, and it did once. Don't call. Wait until 2 because Ray's taking a nap. So that's the deal. So I forgot my coffee, and so I'm drinking water today, which is I should do it anyway. I should drink more water anyway. I'm one of those guys that you have to convince to do things like flossing and drinking, hydrating, and showering. The basics. Just, I'm not wired that way. What can I say? 9:54 in the morning. Do I need to take a break? I do one last break on the program, and I suppose we'll get this thing all finished up. It's the Ray Gibson Show, and I'll wrap after this.
As a GovGuam designated urgent care center, FHP Urgent Care is here for your urgent medical needs. Go to FHP Urgent Care instead of going to the hospital during this COVID-19 pandemic. FHP Health Center operates Saturdays through Thursdays, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. and is closed on Fridays. FHP's Cancer Center, Adult Medicine, and Pediatrics Department are also open for limited services and availability. FHP Home Health Department is open to care for patients at their homes. Call 646-5825, extension 8174. FHP, our island, your clinic.
Enjoy Chili's at home. Let them do the cooking for you. They're open to satisfy your craving for their delicious burgers, tacos, and ribs, or feed the whole family with a variety of all-in-one platter offerings. Get your Chili's favorites in a way that works for you. Curbside, pickup, or delivery. Plus, receive a 20% discount on all regular to-go orders. Call them at 648-7377. WhatsApp them at 929-7376 or delivery with Good to Go. Visit Chili's Guam on Facebook or Instagram for more info. Chili's, you can still savor the moment at home.
Cindy Legal is online, wants to answer to this question. When was anybody going to let people know not to go to DMV? It's being done electronically, another case of poor planning. Yeah, I don't know. There was notices gone out in stories in the news about different government of Guam agencies, and I've had a steady input, a steady flow from departments and agencies in the government of Guam saying, yeah, we're not really open right now. There's people there because we have to move the desk and rearrange and figure out where we're going to put hand sanitizer and all that crap. Looks like we're open, but we're not. DMV, I got this earlier from Daphne over at Reverend Tax. Today, they are not open for business in Barragata or the Agana Shopping Center. Only services at the DPW Compound Business License Permit Center are available. General licensing, collections, real property tax currently available. And that's why there's a line across the street because that part of the DRT is open. But all the rest of it, don't go to Barragata and don't go to Agana Shopping Center until, I mean, you can go to Agana Shopping Center if you want. I'm sure there's something to eat there. Ray, next time you go to PI, get the little sachets of Gaviscon. Way better than Tums. The green and blue packets better than the blue and pink ones. Available at any Mercury or Watson's. You know what I like to go? What I like to get when I'm at the Mercury or the Watson's?
No.
Z-Packs.
Oh yeah.
Zithromycin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just in case, right? To have on you.
No sweat pills. They used to call those. People listening going, wait a second, why would you need that if you're just going to Manila? What's that? I thought you said you were just shopping. Shut up. Currently 9:57 in the morning, and we'll go ahead and wrap things up. I'm looking over the table of contents, and the only thing here that I haven't gotten to, and frankly I haven't gotten to it in several days. I always leave a note for myself in the show notes to check out the jobs. Believe it or not, coronavirus time. I know a lot of people, a lot of you are holding tight to your jobs because you don't think you might be able to get something if you were to get fired or quit. And that's just not true. The truth. You want truth? This is why you come here. How's this for a job? Warehouse team member. Looking for somebody dependable. Can you lift 50 pounds? Right? Must have your own transportation, work flexible hours, be a team player, annual sick leave, holiday pay, medical, dental insurance, life insurance, retirement. Warehouse team member at Guam Memorial Funeral Home.
Oh.
Oh. It's in the. I don't know. Can you imagine some of the stuff they got in a warehouse at a funeral home? Where the formaldehyde? Where are you keeping the formaldehyde? Where that? What's that over there? Those are caskets, son. That's what those. I don't know if I could be in a room with a whole bunch of caskets. I'm sorry, it just freaks me out. I don't know what it doesn't even say what they're probably paying $75 an hour. But you're going, oh, I don't know if I was a funeral home. Gee, I don't. Just not built that way. I get the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it. But I don't know. Check that thing out. Why don't you? Maybe somebody needs a job. It doesn't sound like there's a whole lot, a little bit of heavy lifting, but 50 pounds is it. Hey, listen, I got to go. I've had a terrific morning, and thanks to everybody for all of the birthday wishes. I really, really do appreciate it. And my greatest wish, and unfortunately we can't do it, is I wish we could all get together. I'd love it if we could all hang out and have a birthday party sometime. I'll bring the cake. Until tomorrow, I got to go. KUSG, I got you 93.3. This is The Point.
Guam.
93.3 FM, and 104.3 HD3.
Fox News. Vice President Pence now self-isolating after an aide tested positive for the coronavirus last week, joining 3 of the nation's top scientists in taking protective steps after possible exposure. It's a stark reminder even one of the nation's most secure buildings is not immune from the virus. The vice president voluntarily is limiting his exposure to other people. He has tested negative for the virus repeatedly. A spokesperson adding the vice president is not in quarantine and plans to be at the White House Monday. It's not the same as the Great Depression of the 1930s, despite the loss of more than 20 million jobs from coronavirus shutdowns. White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett tells CBS Face the Nation this is not the same thing.
We understand why the economy is slowing down, and we expect that we can reverse it. Whereas in the Depression, there were a lot of other things and a lot of policy errors and so on that made the whole thing drag out. And so I think if you look at the Congressional Budget Office, they currently forecast that the second half of the year will be one of recovery.
Hassett expects unemployment to peak at about 20% before turning downward. A father and son are under arrest by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, accused of shooting and killing 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery. Police now investigating a second video. Fox's Steve Harrigan has more.
That new video obtained by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution shows security footage about a block from where the shooting took place. It's hard to exactly identify who is in the video, but it may be Ahmaud Arbery walking around an open construction site for about 6 minutes and then leaving empty-handed. It was just then the police got calls about suspicious activity, and the shooting occurred a short time after.
The Georgia Attorney General now requesting the Department of Justice investigate the initial handling of the case. America's listening to Fox News.
Since that last checkered flag,
second win of the season for Joey Logano.
It's been 2 months, 8 days, 17 hours, and 22 minutes. We've been waiting to hear those 4 words. 4 minutes, 3. Stop!